Okay, here we go. We have a quiz here.
So, question. Have you seen that clip from the Married at First Sight reunion where someone basically says, I was in love with the idea of her, but I never actually knew her? Yeah, that hit a little too close, didn't it? Modern love is weird. We
Yeah, it
text
does.
all day but struggle to say what we really feel.
So this is what my cousin was saying about me. I don't love Paige. I love the idea of Paige. So this one hits really close to home. I have feelings for you. What? Wait, it looks like I'm texting her here.
We hook up first, then wonder if it means something.
We hook up first? No.
And sometimes
I'm a virgin, stuff like that.
we end up confusing heat for depth and loneliness for love. If you're not sure what this thing you're feeling is, whether it's lust, love, or some limbo in between,
It's definitely love for me.
this quiz is for you. Not to judge,
All right, here we go.
just to gently notice. And maybe, just maybe, to help you hear yourself more
I'm in love and stuff like that.
than before. Let's go. How to play. You'll get 10 simple but revealing questions. Each one paints a real life moment. And then pick the answer that feels most like you, right now. You might feel called out, and that's okay. That means you're paying attention. Ready? Let's begin.
All right.
When you think about them, 1. I feel this rush. My chest tightens.
I feel this rush. Yes. My chest tightens, definitely. I want to kiss them and touch them. Let me think. No. I don't want to kiss her or touch her until we're married. I want to kiss them and touch them. No. No, I don't know her that well, so
I want to kiss them or touch them.
I don't think that makes any sense. All right, here we go. The second one. Oh wait, I have to give it a ranking, 1 to 4. I'll say a 2 because I do feel the chest one. Number 2, I replay our flirty convos and laugh at their jokes again in my head. Absolutely. I'll give that one a 4.
I replay our flirty combos and laugh at their
So I'm
jokes
up to
again
6
in my
now.
head. 3. I wonder how they're doing and hope they're okay.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a 4 here, probably a 5. Wow. Yeah, I prayed for Paige for 1,280 days straight, which is a little bit obsessive. My friend is like really creeped out by that. He was really creeped out by that. He was like freaking out. But to be fair to me, I thought she was going to hell for the first 4 months because my theology got really, really bad, and I thought she's Mormon, so I thought Mormons were going to hell. Or she's a Latter-day Saint. Remember the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints? And I thought Mormons were going to hell. That's what I thought. So I knew she wasn't doing okay. And basically her blood was on my hands unless I tell her about it. Why she's going to hell. So I can message her and let her know she's going to hell because otherwise I don't really love her, right? But the alternative is more of a introverted option, and that was pray for 6 months. And I thought I could do that, and I was praying so much. So I started praying for her, and I just remember I've never felt better in my life praying. It was the most euphoric, well, it was the most spiritually euphoric. Well, here's the thing. In the same way that there's different Greek words for love, there's different. I never felt more in love with a human while praying than I did praying for Paige, because it was like I was satisfying my spirit, the spiritual demands for love for her was being satisfied by praying for her, and I only prayed for her probably 10 times lifetime. Before that, maybe less, maybe 8 times. I don't know. Not that many though, right? I don't know. Might have been 5 times, but I'm trying to think. But anyways, I felt so good, and it was like it was a huge rush. And I usually had these 4 tiers. Tier 1, her salvation, that was the main thing. And then number 2 was her her friends, her environment and stuff. Oh, religion. It was like religion. And then 3, it was like there was a repentance box, a friend box, an environment box, and then the last one was for her to find a guy better than me. So her future husband. And that's what I did with Brittany as well when I was in love with Brittany. And she did find a better, more compatible, better guy and stuff. But then I'd pray I prayed for her family a lot. I prayed for just a lot of different things. But I also had a prayer list. I wasn't just praying for her. I was praying for a lot. And sometimes I'd pray for her at the end and stuff. But this one, it says, when you think about them, ... I wonder how they're doing and hope they're okay. So that's why I think this one's a 4. Because of all those prayers. That was a lot of prayers. And I ended up going to the hospital because I was praying in tongues in the bathroom. And then it was probably it was the least crazy I've ever been in my life while walking into a hospital. But, like, I was really spirit-filled, and I loved the Lord, and I was weird, but I wasn't, like... I wasn't as hospital-worthy, put it like that, but I flipped a coin, basically. I yelled at God, you could do whatever you want with me, with my flesh, and all that. And that was God's way of laughing at me, because he wanted me to go to the hospital to see that I can't just go anywhere. I was in the inpatient. I thought I was going to go there for a day, which is why I was so down to go. But they locked me in there for a week, and then I went to a resort for a week. And because of the environmental shift, I just stopped. I didn't pray the same way. I didn't think to... Everything changed and moved. So the streak was over at that point. Then I got a dream of Paige in the resort hospital. And they let you have your phone and stuff. And I just remember I was in a car with her. I got her. I finally secured her. And she was in my arms and stuff. And I was hugging her. And everyone was like celebrating and super happy and all that stuff. And I just remember pinching myself as a joke. I didn't actually think I was dreaming. I thought it was all real. But I just pinched myself because it was like, this could only happen in a dream. But I was like being really sarcastic because I obviously wasn't dreaming, because you don't know when you're dreaming. And I just remember we drove together, and I forget the end of the dream, but I remember when I woke up, I was like, okay, the pinching thing is a myth, because I remember feeling pain in the dream when I pinched it. I felt a little bit of pain, and I was just like, it felt like I was squeezing my arm, my skin. But yeah, I've had, back when I used to love Brittany, I had a lot of dreams. I think I had 58 dreams or something. Well, Paige, I had probably about 24 dreams in grade school and high school, and then I got no dreams of her at all during my Brittany phase. And then when Brittany fell away, it was funny. I broke up with Brittany in a dream. I was talking to her mom, and she's like, she thinks you're weird for the Jesus thing. And I was like, well, I'm not going to God down to date your daughter. And she's like, I know. And that was her way of saying, I know it's not going to work. And then I liked her so much less after that dream. And then we ended up falling away. But she's a school teacher, and she's married now. So she had a boyfriend, and it was like the next day, I remember praying for her to find a guy better than me, and then it was some 6-foot guy, and she's 5'1", so it was just like big, tall guy, and then they didn't work out, and it was very strange and horrible about that. And then, what happened? Oh, yeah. So then after the Brittany thing, Brittany was gone. I remember I went out for, I think, 8 hours, and I looked at the sun. I was so heartbroken. She deleted all of her channels and stuff because I told her that she leaked her full name on a video that had 120,000 views, and she was scared. So she deleted all of her channels, and I just didn't have a way to contact her, and I just thought she was gone out of my life forever. And she wasn't my girlfriend or anything. She was my fake internet girlfriend. That's what I call her, because it's basically what it was. I mean, it was like I was maximally simping on well, it wasn't maximally simping because she would send me snap videos and Snapchats, and she even gave me multiple shoutouts and videos. It doesn't quite fit the definition of simping because she had so much interaction back, and that's one of the things that made me love her so much, is that she loved me too. You know, and most girls, I mean, the girls that I like don't love me back, right? Does that make sense? So it makes it a lot harder. And then the girls that love me, I don't love them because they're not very religious. You know? So it just kind of becomes a weird... I basically friend zone a lot of girls, and then a lot of girls reject me, but if you want to think about it like that. But anyways, I was so crushed, and I love Brittany so much. I went to the... whatever it's called, the river. The dry river here in Livermore, and my stomach was so crushed and stuff, and we didn't even really have a formal goodbye or anything, and it was too much. And then finally I got over her. It took about 6 months, and then I was completely over her for about 8 days, or about 6 months, and then put it like this, 8 days after I was completely over her, she randomly Snapchats me with a new account. And she's like, "Hey, Eric." And then I said, "Hey." It was Brittany, and it just wasn't the same because I was completely over her at this point. But she was just, "Hey, so I was just wondering if you could delete all your videos that have me in it." And I was like, "Oh, sure. I'll unlist them, you know." They weren't getting any views, but she was just so scared still because her name was out there. And then there's a few videos I was saving for her. I didn't know what to do, and these weird thoughts would come in my head. I sent her some videos, and it just wasn't the same, and it was like, it just wasn't the same. And then I said, the last thing I remember saying to her, I was like, "Out of all the videos I've sent you, what was your favorite one?" You know? And then she didn't respond, and she left me on... She never talked to me again. She deleted her account. But that was what I was... I wanted the conversation to go on a bit longer, but it was like... it was an epiphany. I was following these epiphanies, and I wrote that. It's not like I chose to say that. I was kind of just waiting for the thoughts to be... And anyways, one of her big sins was selfishness and self-love. I think it's, 1 Timothy 2:23. Children in the last days will be lovers of them own selves. And I remember my friend Kyle messaged her and says, "Hey, you're cute," you know, and she didn't even see him. And she says, "Hey, you want my phone number?" You know? But I came on too weird, and I was just so strange that she's friend zoned me, and then I won a large portion of her heart later with a lot of hard work. But she would never... I don't think she'd ever give me her number. Maybe she would have, but maybe not. I don't know. I didn't ask her. But it was kind of weird because when I was in love with her, I had all of her flaws were short-lived, and my love for her would overpower all those flaws. And she had some very glaring flaws that my friend could notice, and he wasn't in love with her, so he was just like, ugh. and he didn't like it, and then he hated her, and then stuff like that. But she was always very nice, and one of the cool things is I sent her the first 64 jokes I sent her. She laughed at 59 of them, which is about as high as you can get if you think about it. LOL, and she got my humor, but something that my friend Kyle told her that he told me that she told him was, she's like, what's your favorite video of mine, you know? And it was just like, as she's instead of asking, like, I don't know, it's like, it's a question, but it's like, it makes sense. It's a good question, you know? But I just noted that. I was like, oh, it's like she really cares about herself and, you know, self-centered, I guess you could say. So when I asked her that, I was like, it was kind of weird that question came to me. But I think, I know this is going to sound weird. Well, I think she may have felt convicted when I sent her that message. You know, I don't know. Like, oh, maybe I shouldn't ask questions. I don't know. But anyways, she never texted me, messaged me back, which is fine because I had been over her for 8 days. I'm actually glad she didn't message me right away, because then I would have felt like I lost her, and I could have said a bunch of different stuff. But I didn't lose much at that point because I had been truly over her for 8 days, and I had to get over her for 6 months, and then I got over her, and I just a lot of it, it was something. That was something, man. Never talked to her in person. Never talked to her on the phone. Just video snaps. It was like a purely virtual experience. And my brother, he's not a virgin. He's had sex with girls, and he's experienced the marriage touching with a lot of different girls. And he told me, you do realize that girl, she doesn't even exist. She's not even real. She's not real. What he meant was, like, you're only seeing 15% of a person, you know, and not just their good side only, but the virtual good side. And it's just, I don't know. It's like he's like, he's used to, like, actually, he's kind of extroverted, and kind of it's a different experience over the phone, over the computer, and in person, you know. And actually, I had a dream of Paige, actually, because I was always really bad with Paige in person, simply because she was so beautiful and hot, whatever you want to call it, and basically, she got hot zoned because she was a very, very hot zone, and she probably thinks she's slightly better looking than all the other girls, because, well, I'm just finding that out now. But, like, if you stand her next to Amanda Benetti, for example, and then you could take, because Amanda Benetti is very beautiful. Just take the most beautiful girls that you could think of. Danielle Ely used to be my second. I thought she was the number 2. Whatever, but you just stack her next to like 8 girls. Oh my gosh. No, I don't want to do it. No. Okay, let's compromise. Negotiate. Never forget. Resilient. Okay, I just saw a sign that said resilient. Oh, I still have choices here, but listen, I'm spirit-filled. I'm an agent. Okay. If I was 100% sure of the will of God, I would do it. So let's farm here. Okay, so I'm gonna look for a sign really quick. So audience, it's more entertaining if a 1 comes up. It's way more entertaining for you guys. So you guys can root for a 1. But if it's 2, I'm just going to move on. Because I'm getting this really strong feeling to do this, and I don't want to do it. And I just saw a sign that says resilient. So, okay, fine. Go to resilient then. We can get a sign from here. 3:12 in the top left. That's a Bible verse. Romans 3:12. No one is righteous. No, not one. Resilient. Define. Let's see what this says. Resilient means to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions, challenges, or setbacks. Tough and flexible like a rubber band that stretches but doesn't break. Quick to bounce back. Emotionally, mentally, or physically. Able to endure hardship and keep going. Examples: resilient person is hopeful after losing their job. Okay, this is not what I thought it meant. Rubber is resilient because it returns to shape after being stretched. Resilient communities rebuild after natural disasters. This makes me think about Paige, actually. A resilient, because everyone I ever talk to, they say, I'm never, ever, ever, ever going to get her. And just stop trying and stop talking about her, stop thinking about her. Strong, tough, adaptable, hardy, flexible, opposite, fragile, weak, brittle. Okay, so be strong here. So be strong means 2. We're not going to do the entertaining thing. We're going to do what I want this time. So, if you guys want to know, what would have happened if a 1 came up, too bad. We're never going to know. I don't think we're ever going to know. Let's continue this video. Well, there was a Paige dream that I was going to say. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, let me talk about that. Let me finish that. Paige comes up to me and she says, in my dream, you collect my water bottles when I leave. Then when you see me in person, you don't want to touch me. And I wrote that down. It's in my dream book. I got a really big dream book in my room. Maybe I'll make a video with just my dream book. But there's some conflicting dreams, so you got to use discernment and, honestly, feelings sometimes too. But I think Paige was confused because I was using a lot of universal negative nonverbals, I think, I don't know. That's what I had. That's what I had on my face. And I was very uncomfortable around her, almost sick, like I wanted to throw up sometimes. And I just loved her in a very, not just so much, but the species of love. I loved her like an idol, like a divine idol, like a superhero, a goddess. I loved her like I love Mother Teresa. So, because to me, she's always been a 75-year-old woman trapped in a 9-year-old body. She was in my 5th grade class, and she basically went into a laboratory and got drunk on Proverbs 17:28 and James 1:19, and then just so happens to be beautiful as well. Very beautiful. Because, Stephanie Stark had some, I guess you could call it silent swag, where she was pretty collected and quiet, but she didn't have the overwhelming beauty that Paige had. So Stephanie Stark, she didn't look the same. So she looked a little different, so I was more comfortable around her, which is why I got talked around. I remember talking to her about fractional reserve banking and stuff, because she was asking, just forget it. But I was talking to her about, it was middle school, and she was asking me, why can't everyone be rich, And she asked me like I would know the answer, even though I'm the same age as her. But I was just inspired, and I was just kind of... The answer I gave, I think, was trash, if I were to look back at it. It's just trash, and I explained it really terribly, and I just went into economics, but I don't know, I was talking to a girl, and girls aren't very smart, so you can kind of just tell them anything, and they'll be like, "Whoa, I didn't know that." Because girls are like really stupid, you know. Well, not really stupid, but they're kind of just like naive and just innocent and just dumb, you know. And they've always been like that. They always will be, and they're kind of designed to be like that, you know. My rib, you know, as they say, my rib. But they're just kind of, you know, stupid girls, you know. And kids are pretty stupid too, but they're known for asking good questions and stuff. And a lot of them are just, they're so cute, and their voice is a little bit higher pitched, so it's kind of hard to get mad at them and stuff. But and then what made me respect children the most was Jesus. Jesus had a thing for kids. He really loved children. Matthew 18:1-6. It basically made me. Once I read Matthew 18:1-6, I was trembling over seeing those kids, and not just that, but LDS doctrine. Joseph Smith had the highest babyology of anyone ever, and Moroni 8 purifies the children, and they just kept getting better and better. So that's when I started becoming scared of kids in general, simply because they're basically perfect, if you want to think about it like that. At least if you have like a more Reformed theology or Christian theology, it's like Catholic. At least then it's like, okay, there's little sinners, and then you can kind of treat them like little sinners. And that's kind of how, like, the Bible can brainwash you for the best or the worst. And I was talking to a theologian, and he just drank a lot of the Calvinist Kool-Aid, which I did too, because there's some guy on the internet yelling. And it's like, okay, I'm not going to believe it because he's yelling. And he kind of fell into that too. And we were both beta males, and we look up to the guy who's yelling, especially when he has the Bible in his hand. We're both like, God sent him for a reason, you know, and I'm trying to get him off the Calvinism. You know, it's like, some people might be reprobated away from Mormonism for their whole life because of XYZ and ABCDFG, but that doesn't mean you can't help them. Like, if it doesn't mean you can't move them away from, like, there's Dumb and Dumber, and it's a huge win to get someone out of the dumber and into the dumb. And you don't have to plant, you don't have to, and you might be surprised, but, anyways. His name is Sam Stark. Pray for Sam Stark. Help him to, anyways. Sam Stark, he's 31, about to turn 32, probably. And he fell into Calvinism. And Calvinism, anyway, they have a very low view of babies and children, and there's a lot of doom from the womb. It's like, I heard people say, it's like, oh, well, if God picked up your baby and threw him into hell, I'd still worship God, and he didn't do anything wrong. And I've heard that at debates. So it's a scary, there's some scary stuff going on. But the Calvinism is just not biblical. It's bad philosophy injected into the text. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. It's supposed to be about something else. What is this video about? Is it lust or love? Self-test. Okay. When you think about them, I wonder how they're doing. I hope they're okay. Then I went to Stephanie Stark. Okay, Stephanie Stark was basically a how should I say this? She's a less religious, less righteous, less holy, less beautiful version of Paige. If you want to think about it like that. I mean, she's the same species, woman, girl. But it's like, it's basically just, I don't know. It's basically Paige, but with different parents. She's raised, instead of being raised by goodly parents, she's raised by parents that heckle people at a baseball game. So, of course, they're going to turn out differently, but also she's not as beautiful, so, which is good, because then I get to talk to her. With Paige, I talked to her in class. I said, the teacher put her right in front of me, because we switched tables a lot. I was right in the middle of the class, table 3. And it was exciting, but she was just sitting there. And it was just one of those moments where just everyone's talking and stuff. And I said to her, hey, I have a question for you. And I said, I was like, hey, no, I didn't say, hey, I have a question for you. I didn't say that. I said, but I said to her, I said, hey, in elementary, first grade, yeah, let's see, because we're in fifth grade. So I said, in first grade, yeah. Because I remember in first grade, there was 2 sets of kids, and there was kids that got to school an hour early, and there were kids that came to school an hour late. And the early birds were called early birds, and the late birds were called late birds. And I was an early bird, right? So I got to school like super early. And then I was jealous that the kids were coming in late. I was like, wait, they didn't have to listen to any of this? And these kids come in late, and then we all get out at 3 p.m. or class gets at, whatever, school gets off at, I think it was 3 p.m. or 2 p.m. or something. 3 p.m. now school's over. Well, the late birds get a recess. So they get an extra recess. And yes, I get a recess too, but I'm off school. I get to go home. So I don't really have a recess because I'm out of here. But as they let the late birds out, they let the early birds out for recess. And they get like this really short 10-minute zap of a recess. It's not a real, it's something, but it's not like, it's like a little recess, whatever. But so I was always jealous of the late birds I thought they got a ridiculous deal and stuff. But I was just thinking of something to say because Paige is cute, very cute girl, and I was like, oh, I'll just pretend like I don't like her because I was playing hard to get from fifth grade. I remember I was playing. I just wanted to be cool around her. I was like, oh, I'm a cool guy, and I think she believed it, but. If you ask her, did you think Eric was like this really cool guy? Probably not. She'd probably say no, but I had a very clean brand in fifth grade around her. I remember that. Katie Horn was talking about, she's like, we should play basketball. And Eric is good at basketball because I was a very good shooter. I was very tall, very coordinated, and stuff like that. I actually finished 8th in the school for a knockout tournament. There was 8 games of like 50 kids, and I took first. You have to win. You have to beat 50. You have to beat 50 other kids. And that's what I did. I somehow got out. I somehow got out the first 2 games, and then those 2 kids weren't allowed to play because they made the playoffs. So now Daniel Carney and the other kid, and I just beat the 49 kids, 49-0, 49-0'd them. It was so fun, man. That long line of knockout, you can't beat it. But anyways, I won that game, so now I'm in the finals, and it's just these 8 killers. For all I know, I was the 8th seed. It was just, I'm not that good compared to these other 7 kids. I mean, it's like, am I better than Nick Krebs? Maybe. Am I better than Daniel Carney? Absolutely not. Am I better than who's that other kid? Who's that other kid that was in there? Super athletic. I could see his face right now. I forget. He was a cool guy, though. What? Anyway, we drew sticks for the order, and it was just one game, winner take all. And I drew the worst stick you could possibly draw. 1. I was like, oh, great. So now I'm going first, and Carney gets number 2. Which is ridiculous. So now I have the best kid, well, definitely the best punchball player of all time. He was the Barry Bonds of punchball. He could hit the ball farther in 5th grade than I can hit it today. Seriously. And he went through puberty early, and he was a man, and we were all boys, and we idolized him. We drew baseball cards about him, and Chris Guido and I. By the way, Chris Guido loves Paige, too. And he's probably more... Yeah, Paige, if somebody could send this to Paige at some point and tell her to marry Chris Guido. Well, Chris Guido's probably married at this point. Ugh. Well, if he's single, go for it. He's very smart. He's a biochemical engineer. Dropped the bio because it was... In 5th grade, I said, what are you going to be when you grow up? He said, biochemical engineer. I said, you're a psycho. And I was like, why, though? And he goes, it's the most money. He just typed in, what's the most money? And then he was like, yep, that's what I'm doing. Well, I asked him when he was about to graduate. I said, you said biochemical engineer. Is that where you're going to be? He says, no, chemical engineer. Drop the bio. I was like, why? He's like, because the money changed and now the chemical engineer is more money. I was like, that's crazy. So he's a chemical engineer if you want, like guys with money, you know. Send this to Paige. I don't know. Paige probably likes money. I did have a dream that she was pretty wicked. I was talking to Dana Fox in the dream, and Dana Fox is like, she's pretty, but she's wicked. And then I had this other dream that she was still with Justin Bieber, regardless of how ridiculous that is. I mean, Justin Bieber's... Justin Bieber... Justin Bieber. Well, he's beautiful. He's beautiful. So, she likes him because he's pretty cute and stuff. Cute boy, whatever she wants to call him. And something, baby, 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 oh. You know, I kind of like the song parody for the baby video. I actually like the boyfriend song. So I kind of like that when it was first came out. But yeah, he's got a song called Yummy, which I heard was pretty bad. He's got, Never Say Never is his best song. I love that song. I have it on my, it's beautiful. And then Jaden Smith comes in for the rap solo. That is hilarious. I think that video has like 100 million views or something crazy. Like hundreds of millions. Like, it's just really good. He's a good singer. He's like a nice singer. That's my favorite song of him. Oh, I love that song. And then, anyways, Paige likes Justin Bieber. And actually, I was on Facebook and she was with her friends and she said, Justin Bieber, we love you. And she yelled it. It was so out of character for her. But the thing with Paige is she was really, imagine a block of concrete, perfect concrete, diamond concrete, like a piece of clay. Think of her like this. And she's very mendable and she could change very easily into anything, really. And she starts off at home, and it's a very righteous environment. Let's see how much battery we have left. Oh, we have a lot. 33. That's a lot. Here, I'll take off the battery saver so it stops doing that thing. But yeah, she was raised by goodly parents, like I said, Proverbs 22:6 ministries. And that's why she was perfect in grade school, because she's this little piece of clay, 5th grade, extremely righteous teacher. And anyways, macro, back to macro. I asked Paige in class, 5th grade, I said, we're in early bird or late bird? And she says right away, late bird, like that. Like, she's saying, like, I got the good deal, late bird. I got to sleep in. But what was funny is probably 99% of the time she was going to seminary. So she wasn't really a late bird. She was actually an early bird, you know. But, like, I think they convinced the late birds that they had less school or something. I don't know. And then they go out for recess, then they're the special kids on the way back in. I don't know what they did, but she was like late bird because she likes to sleep. She's a sleepy feet, 10. So she's very good at sleeping, righteous rest. That's something I like as well. But the reason why she slept a lot is because she was so tired. She did a lot of works. She likes to do chores. Well, she hated doing chores. I called her when she was in 5th grade, or when I was in 5th grade, rather. I got the yellow booklet, and I just remember I saw her number in there, and, you know, I had my house phone, and it was during summer, I believe. Right? Yeah, we got out of school, we got the phone directory, and her number was 455-9129, and I memorized it pretty quickly, and I called her a few times, and I was talking to her on the phone, and I said, it was Saturday, and hey, what are you doing? And I was like, nothing. And she was, and anyway, she says, she's saying, you don't, she says, you don't have chores, you don't do chores on the weekends? Because the context was like, how is she supposed to know that? The parents can say anything that, you don't think kids do chores in other families? And Paige is thinking, which I think is pretty rational. She's like, well, I'm 10 years old. Like, what? How can I possibly help? And also, it's like, don't you love your 10-year-old? Don't you want me to sleep? Don't you want me to not do anything? Just because that's how it is with the rest of life. The parents, they raise you at that age, they raise you a lot. And they provide for you food and all that stuff. So you just figure if they're doing all the works, then they're going to do all the works. Because that's what I would say, too, if my dad told me to do chores. But anyways, amazingly, I was like, no, I don't do chores. And I thought it was crazy that she was doing chores. And she just melts. I remember she just melts over the phone. And she says, lucky, like that, lucky. And which is pretty cute if you think about it, lucky. And I was like, I was about to yell at her, not yell at her, but I didn't say it, but the thought came into my mind, no, you're lucky. Because I immediately knew that her parents were more righteous than mine. I only had a dad, I didn't even have a mom, but my dad was stuffing my face with candy, essentially. And she was getting her face stuffed with vegetables. She didn't even realize it, but I guess you could say wise beyond my years, if you want to think about it like that. Because the truth is, the supernatural realm probably just fed me this thought. It just, if you know anything about anything, that's where thoughts come from. So, if you want to think about it like that, this thought came into my head, no, you're lucky. Your parents actually love you. I didn't say that, but I could have, because it did come into my head at that time. But I didn't really want to throw my parents under the bus, and it would have been, I don't know where the conversation would have went from there. It was pretty funny hearing her mom pick up, hello, and I was like, is Paige there? And let me get her, and he gives me the phone, and I don't remember the rest of the conversation. I don't remember what we talked about, but I liked hearing her, but and then so I think I don't know, maybe, do you think she knew that I liked her at that point? Because it's like, I wasn't calling Katie Yulhorn. I didn't call anybody else. Maybe she didn't even notice, but her mom probably noticed. But anyway, we went to the same middle school. Well, anyways, went to the same middle school. Let's continue. Let's just continue this video. How about that? When you think about them, 3, I wonder how they're doing and hope they are okay. When you think about them, yeah. Anyways, let's continue.
Or 4.
Ugh, here we go. Ugh. Okay. That's enough. Number 4. I think about how we fit together. Not just today, but long term. Absolutely. 4 for this one. Yeah. So, like, for example, there was this girl named Adelpha. She was my friend. I met her through bowling. She was just a girl, and she was hot, I guess you could say. She was very beautiful, but in more of a hot way, not in like a righteous, beautiful way. Like Paige was piercingly beautiful in a very righteous, innocent, powerful, like a divine way, you know. But Adelpha was more carnal, like more fleshly, I guess you could say, more kind of gross, you know, that kind of makes me want to throw up type of hot. It's like that, and just kind of just sick, gross type of hot. Kind of just disgusting and dirty. You know, she had like that dirty hotness. It's. I mean, a good example. It's like Presley Rhodes. She was like Presley Rhodes hot because Presley Rhodes was hot, but she's just gross. It's just you know. Even Amanda Benetti, she kind of had some. There's something gross about her too, but Amanda Benetti was really hot. You know, gross. But it's just not the kind of hot. You know what I mean? It's like hot. I mean, it's like, you know, it's kind of. There's different kinds of hot. Like there's hot that will burn you, and then there's hot. But hot could be, you know, different definitions of hot. But you think of a lot of different things. It's like hot. Oh, she's hot. You know. But yeah, it is interchangeable. Sometimes I will use it interchangeably with beautiful and stuff. But yeah, there's that. But anyways, Paige was more. Paige is more like, oh, she's a mix between. Well, she was the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life, but I had no feelings for her. How should I say this? So in the Greek, there's agape, there's phileo, there's storge, eros, and epithumia. And that's why this is an interesting video, because it says lust or love. So I had no lust for Paige, but I had, I guess you could say, lust for Adelpha, if you want to think about it like that. Although she wanted to have sex with me, and I said no multiple times. And I guess you could say I played with the fire a little bit, because I would hang out with her in a room alone, and she would take her clothes off, some or most of her clothes off. But I basically friend zoned her or mate zone or whatever, because she was atheist. So the atheism is a deal breaker. So she became a dude basically when I found out she was an atheist, and there was like 0.00% chance we ever were together. So I just developed my friendship with her. But the thing with men and women and, you know, guys and girls, they're kind of supposed to mate biologically and physically, and there's a key and a keyhole, and they're supposed to like go together, you know, and they're not supposed to be bros or sisters, you know, like two girls would be. There's girl relationships, there's guy relationships, and then there's guy girl relationships. And I was having a guy relationship with a girl, right? Because she was my bro, and I treated her like a guy. And in fact, the first probably 18 years of my life, I treated guys and girls exactly the same, which is it's not my biggest sin, but it's up there as a big sin. I mean, it is a huge sin, because they're so different species, I guess you could say. My cousin told me that, different species. And I was like, well, yeah, I know that now. I'm 33. I figured out that there's a difference between a guy and a girl, but I thought just people were people. And I was really naive and stuff. And I just remember I went on a date with Kelly Goldsberry, but I didn't know it was a date. I was lonely, and I had a bunch of money because my dad always gave me a crap ton of money. $20 is like, that can last you, my goodness. But anyway, I get $20. I have so much money, and, you know, it's just I would always pay Little Caesars on buying, we're talking $5, 50 cents, and get a 2 liter and the crazy bread or whatever. And it's just, I would rather spend a little bit more money. If I run out of money, I'll just ask for more money. There's no point in like saving money and, oh, I'll just eat alone. And I did eat alone sometimes. But I wanted to go on a bro date with Kelly Goldsberry. Little did I know I'm an extremely beautiful boy. That's the last thing that I thought. But looking back, yes, I was very beautiful and all that. And we're all beautiful, whatever. But I'm really beautiful. And she's like she's probably the cutest girl in school. Not the most beautiful, not the hottest, but she's cute. She kind of looks like a mouse mixed with a bird, mixed with a really cute girl. Like, she's just cute, you know. But she's asymmetric cute. And she's very, very, very righteous, but not in the same way as Paige. Paige is more patience dominant. Kelly is more goodness, joy dominant. I mean, there's 9 fruits of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. So, yeah, so she was lacking in the self-control. She didn't have any of that, but Paige had all of that. So love, yes, love dominant. Joy, definitely joy dominant. Peace, yeah, she had the LDS piece because she's LDS as well. Patience, yes, she had this. Not as much as Paige, though. And then kindness, high goodness, gentleness, high gentleness. Wow, she's pretty good, huh? Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. I don't know about faithfulness. I have no idea. Probably yes. I mean, she's LDS, right? And then self-control. Well, she does have self-control, but here's the thing. Okay, so she had all 9 fruits of the Spirit. So she's 9. She's kind of the perfect catch. It's funny. But the thing was, and she was very cute. The cuteness was rubbing off on me a little bit. So we go through this gate here. And so I said, we want to go talk about it. She's like, she just shrugged and said, I don't have any money. But I could tell that she knew that I knew that she knew that I knew that she knew that I knew that it was a bro date. And then she goes, and when she said she doesn't have any money, I said, oh, I could pay for you. And at that point, she thought it was a date, which makes sense. I get it. I get that. But I think maybe it was just like, wow, he really likes me. He's willing to pay, because money is huge in high school. Well, you're gonna pay, but the thing is just, I know that if I run out of money, I'll ask my dad and he'll give me more money. So I kind of have unlimited money, if you want to think about it like that. I mean, there were some days where I was a couple of dollars short, but if I ever run out of money, I just get a new $20 bill from my dad. You know, but I don't know. I'm not really thinking ahead. I was just, who cares? Like, I'll pay for you. But I would have said that to any guy. And she just smiled. And I don't know if she liked me, but she was hungry. And she did want the Taco Bell. And she wanted the Taco Bell more than she didn't want to hang out with me. That's obvious, because she said yes. And she felt like she had to go. And it was like, maybe the second grace commandment was pushing her to do it. But anyway, she pushes it, and then, okay, we start walking. Not saying anything. It was just tension, you know. And, well, I'm not going to say that. I could say it, but I'm not going to. So we're walking through this little river here. Not a river. There's no river. You go down the ditch, and then you go up to the ditch, and then you go across the street. And now I feel like Little Caesars. I was like, okay, I love the Little Caesars when I was a kid because they use less water than the other stores outside the Livermore. And Little Caesars was delicious, but everyone thought Little Caesars was trash because it was so cheap and stuff. But I just love Little Caesars pizza. So, and I just didn't feel like Taco Bell anymore. So I was like, hey, you know, looking at her like, oh, cool. Say, hey, what else is over here? Oh, what else is over here? there's Carl's Jr., there's Little Caesars, and what do you want to do? And she goes, yeah, Taco Bell's good. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to Taco Bell. So okay, we go to Taco Bell. And yeah, I ordered 3 soft tacos, and then, you know, we go over there and we sit in like this booth, and we're the first ones there, and it's kind of like an empty, and buy her food and stuff, and now she's like really comfortable, and this is where she kind of, I don't know, she starts getting really weird and like childlike, and I'm over here trying to, I don't know, I'm just trying. The thing is, like, I don't know, I'm like being really serious. I'm like being pretty serious because I don't know, it's Kelly, and my brand with Kelly is just pretty, like, we protect our words. You know, like Paige and I, we protect our words. That was the thing I like about Paige is she's, like I said, James 119, be quick to listen, slow to speak. So with her, oh yeah, and I wanted to macro, back over to Paige for a second, then I'll go back to the Kelly story. So macro. I am on a field trip with Paige, thank God. Paige's mom is driving, and we're in the car. It's me and John Knowles in the back, and in the middle there is Katie Horn, somebody else, and Paige. And so we're driving, and then Paige was saying, oh no, Katie Horn, this is one of my favorite questions. What's your favorite? It's one of my favorite. And Latter-day Saints and the Holy Spirit within Latter-day Saint. The Holy Spirit loves apples. And it reveals your heart about things. You find out a lot about yourself and stuff like that. You can show off your righteousness and holiness by playing that game well. And your heart and stuff like that. So basically, you know, she asked one of these great questions. What's your favorite? But it was kind of a lame. It was kind of, what's your TV show? It's like, well, that's not that great of a question, but it's, at least it is favorite, so it goes into hierarchy. It goes into the hierarchy, and the first person, whenever someone says Fairly Odd Parents, and somebody says, I don't know, something else, and I don't even want to name some of these shows that they were saying either. But I think that it might have gone to John Knowles and me, but I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what anybody says, but I do care about Paige because Paige is this goddess, you know, probably future prom queen for all we know. And she's just so beautiful and she's so perfect, and I've never seen a kink in the armor or anything like that. And I'm thinking, maybe she'll bomb on this question and or maybe she'll say something. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, you know, because Paige only talks when she's forced to speak. She's never like raised her hand in the middle of class, and like if the teacher asks a question to the whole class, like what's another word, like this for example, I remember Miss Sue, she asked us, she's like what's another word for a kilometer? Like, and then so of course everyone's like, they're saying, well, it's this, you know, meters, and then people are going meters, you know, centimeters and millimeters. And then I remember I raised my hand, and then she calls me, yes, and I said, it's 60% of a mile. Because I'm like super American, and she wasn't happy. She's like, yeah, I don't know about all that. Like, think about something else. And I was like, ugh. She kind of embarrassed me in front of the whole class by saying I didn't like that answer. I remember I grew up and I was given this. Well, I'm not gonna macro that. I'm not. No. Macro. Back to Paige. What did she say? Favorite TV show. Okay. She looks up to Katie like she did something wrong. And everyone's looking at her, and she says, Jimmy Neutron? And Katie says, what? And I was like, oh, that was crazy. But it was like, no one had said that. So she's like, uh-oh, Jimmy Neutron. But here's the thing. There's no way you can mess up this. That's the thing. It's like, you're never wrong. Because it's your favorite show. But she's like, oh, maybe everyone hates me. I was there, like, don't hit me. But Jimmy Neutron? And she said it like she doesn't even know her favorite. And so it was like, what? It was like, how passive can you get? It was like, Jimmy Neutron? And it turns out that is a pretty good show. Oh my gosh. No. Stop. Yes. Yes, no. Yes, no. No. Water. Bottles. Water. John 3:3-5. Unless you're born of the water or the Spirit, you cannot see God. So anyways, recently I bought 8 Jimmy Neutron shirts because I was thinking about her and I thought it'd be fun. And extra large. And I wore that shirt. It felt so good. I was like, ooh, Jimmy Neutron shirt. And then I went and I bowled an 801 series. 801. The school record is, I don't know. But anyways, 801 for 3 games, which is, it's 3 times more rare than a perfect game. And it's, or 2.5 times more rare. 2 to 3 times more rare. And, it's so high that it's such a high score that you have to do paperwork and you have to send it to USB-C and tell them what ball you used, and they take their serial number. And I took a picture, and I got the shirt on and I got the ball in my hand. Joel said it was like the top 10 best smiles he's ever seen in his life. 801. I've done it. I've done it 4 times in league and 3 times open play. But so it's some people's dream to bowl an 800. But I'm just very coordinated, very smooth, very good at bowling because it's the 2-handed thing. It takes away the, anyways, I'm very good at bowling. And I got that shirt and I had it on, and, to this day, you'll see me. You walk into Dublin for the next probably 12 months. It just, on the TV, it just shows me every 5 minutes or so, every 7 minutes. It shows my picture for the next 10 months. Every 7 minutes for the next 10 months, it shows me with that picture. Eric 801, whatever the date was. And the date was with Kelly Macro. So I'm talking to Kelly Goldsberry. And she's married now. She has kids. She's definitely not as cute as what she was. I don't know what happened. She got old, I guess. But I just remember she was like super cute. And she's like, I don't know. No offense to the. No, she aged perfectly, and she aged like a fine wine. And she's just as beautiful now as she's ever been, But, she was, she's just cute. And she's a cute girl and all that. And so I get the Taco Bell. We start eating it. She's like super happy. And now she's like drunk. And she's like, oh. And she's like eating Taco Bell. And she's just freaking. I was like, what the heck? This is not like her. And she's destroying her brand a little bit. And she's like so happy, and she thought I was a lot cooler than I was because I had bought that brand through a lot of sacrifice. And also just I felt motivated to put on a good show, that I was this super mature, awesome guy. Just like I did with Paige. I made sure Paige never saw me like being immature or not cool or anything like that. And I did the same thing with Kelly, because when you're in the presence of angels, you want to be more like an angel. Aw, my left ear is ringing. What is it, Lord? There's a light, 2 lights, 3 lights. Mel simulation, Asian. Asian. Zach is Asian. He's half Asian. Half Asian. Half Asian. Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 8 to 9. It is by grace you've been saved through faith, not of ourselves. It is a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. For we are his workmanship, created for time for good works. Ephesians 1:10. Ephesians 1:5. When I first met Paige, ouch! Hold on a second. Just skip ahead. For those of you, you guys should be using higher speed for this anyway. I am a child. I am a child of God, and He, ouch, has sent me here, has given me an earthly home with parents eminently wicked relative to Christ. Holy guide, walk beside. Help me to find the way. Teach me all that I must do to live with Him someday. You done? Is that enough? Why is my left ear still ringing? Ringing. Ring Andy. No, what you gonna do? Bird. There's a bird. Bird. Well then. Okay. Kelly. Okay, so Kelly's here. And now she has like an iPod. And I don't know. My grandpa's like, okay, so how? There's no record or disc. It's just the music. I was like, yeah. He doesn't know how that works. It doesn't even make sense. And I agree. But she has an iPod. She's listening to music. And she's dancing like a freaking monkey. All of it, which is so weird because she's so mature at school. And the other thing about Kelly, a lot of people don't know this, she's actually never dropped the F-bomb. She's never said the F word. F-U-C-K. She's never said a host of swear words, actually. But this was in middle school. So maybe she broke that streak. And we couldn't believe it. And you've never said it? And then she kind of just said, well, I said it in my head. I've said it in my head. Really? But you never said it out loud? No. Okay, well. She's kind of an angel. She's kind of perfect, whatever. I thought I was brainwashed by basically Paige, Kelly, and then later Alexander Harker. Alex Harker was, you could argue, whatever, the most beautiful, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Everyone thought she was beautiful, but I never talked to her in my life, and then I never had a class with her. But then I heard her give a talk. And I said, yeah. I was like, I was at church and she gave one talk. And I was like, yeah, she's better than Paige, but I don't care. Like, I'm not going to trade teams. You know, Team Harker. I was like, Sister Harker. She wasn't in my 5th grade class. But I realized that there are girls out there better than Paige. I get that now and I understand that. And when people bring that up, it's like, here's the thing. It's like, let's say you're born in Minnesota. and you love the Minnesota Twins so much, and then someone says, and let's say you're a kid and you you go to the game, and they win, and they win 10-0, and they pitch so fast, and they're so mad, and you grow up and you just have this delusional thought that these professional baseball players are the best players in the world, and that the Twins are the best team in the world, and nothing can convince you otherwise, and you're a little kid. So you're just like, whoa. And you're just like freaking out. Minnesota Twins, dude. And you're just basically worshiping this team. And you meet the players and you hug them, and you become the bat boy and stuff. But as you get, you can become the bat boy. And then as you get older, you start to realize yeah, so we didn't make the playoffs. Yeah, we're losing a bunch of games, and the Yankees have all the World Series. There's really no argument you can make for the Twins to be the best. And that's how I kind of feel with Paige. It's like, she's not that great, if you want to think about it like that. I remember when I was in, first time I ever put words in God's mouth, I was in 5th grade, 10 years old, and I don't know how I'm walking by myself, but she must have. Sometimes the teacher, she wants to send him a note. Oh, this is super cute too. I can macro to that. So cute. You want to talk about cute right now? Chris, it's class reading book time. Just silly. Let's just read a book. Let's all read and write notes, and it's very strange. It was like, okay, for 15 minutes, let's just write stuff or think and look and read, and you can do whatever you want, just no speaking. And Chris Guido gets up and he walks over to Miss Sue and he offers a request. He says, hey, can Eric and I just walk outside and sit on a bench with each other and talk? Who thinks of this stuff? Chris Guido said that? Yeah, just talk about punch ball and stuff. She was overwhelmed. She was like overwhelmed. Okay, I mean, yeah, you could do that. You know, I was like, that's awesome. Like, this kid's amazing. Who thinks to do that? And then for her to greenlight that, like, oh, go outside. It's just so unconventional, and like, he didn't even have like a really great reason for it. He just, that's what I want. Can we do it? You know, can we make this work? And she's just like, yeah. And I just remember, I go, okay, and hey, Eric, come up here. He wants to go out and talk to you. So we just hang out. Seriously. And we're sitting on the bench talking. Chris Guido is amazing, by the way. We're just talking. And guess who it is? Just walking. You're not going to believe this. It's Paige. It's Paige Z. It's Paige Zollinger. You know, her name makes me tremble. But not Alex Harker. Isn't that interesting, huh? I had no problem saying Kelly Goldsberry. But I like to just say her first name. You know, one time I was... let's macro again. I know it's like... Was there a point to this? Like, macro. I was in the shower one time. And there's 2 showers in the house, but it's the left one. And I'm like showering my hair and stuff, and I get this thought, because you know how it's like, I don't know, I was kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of, I just had this thought like, all right, you can marry Paige, would you do it? Yes or no? Would you do this? Yes or no? It's like, you can marry Paige, and you get everything, Paige. But here's the thing. Not only does she keep her name, but you have to change your name to her last name. But everything else is the same. So now it's Eric Zollinger. And I'm thinking, Eric Zollinger, I was like, that kind of has a ring to it. Ring to it? A ring. And I'm thinking, yeah, I would do that deal. The only thing that's different is I have a different last name. And I'm with her, and I was like, this is a great deal. I was like, yeah, I would. That's kind of cool. And then I start thinking about it more and more and more. And then I realized, wait, I don't have the pants in the relationship. I took on her name, and so now she's the husband. If you think about it like that, and I'm the wife because I'm taking on her name and I'm going under her. And then all of a sudden I realize the depth of the question and really what was going on. And it wasn't, and no strings attached. It wasn't just a name change. It was like a power dynamic thing. And I was going to have to also give up the power. And I start realizing that I was going to be controlled by this girl. You know, kind of like I was giving over. It was too much that I'm giving. And I realized this. And then I said, no, I wouldn't do it. No deal. No. And then I felt horrible that I said yes. And I regretted it. And I was just like, no, I would not. That's a deal breaker. And then I was like sick. I was like, oh, no. You know, it would have to be Paige Smythe. And also, I don't like it when girls keep their last name. That's also really, really messed up. And I don't care what the reasons are. So, but yeah, anyways, no deal. So now the Eric Zollinger, no, it's horrible, you know. And I was like, so yeah, I was like, anyways, I got the right answer there at the end. I figured it out. But, anyway, back to the story. I'm sitting there with Chris Guido. We're talking, and this girl starts walking by, and it's Paige Zollinger, and she is in her own little world. She doesn't recognize us. She doesn't look at us. Certainly doesn't like wave at us. She's thinking. Not that I can read her mind, because I could read a lot of people's minds. Paige, no, I don't. I actually can't. I'm actually not. Well, I guess I'm okay at it. But I could read Paige's mind too. But these other girls, I mean, a lot of the girls are very much easier because there's a lot of mystery, and you know, in high school. Well, anyways, let's finish this one and then. I'll go to the high school. Chris Guido couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. And it was like, he kind of just looks at me like this, and he gives it away a little bit more. He kind of gives it, like, me, I haven't told anyone that I love this girl. Not to mention, I assume that everyone likes her and loves her. But also, it was so personal, and it was such a heavy feeling. And I also felt like there was something, it's kind of embarrassing, the information. Like, I love Paige, and there's no doubt it makes you feel really weak. Like, and I'm not going to macro to that. I could. I'm not going to, but he kind of gives away his hand a little bit, and I knew that he loved her at this point. Even he never told me, but I could read his mind easily, because he just said, wow, like, that's crazy. You know? Like, most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life just walked by. And I thought the same thing, but I was really, really good, because we were both thinking it, you know. But I was really good at kind of, you know, not moving my face, if you want to think about it like that. I have pretty good face control. So I just looked over there, and on the outside, it was like, you know, just some girl was walking by. But on the inside, I was feeling the same thing as him. But he didn't care to censor that information verbally. So verbally, he's just like, whew, you know. He's like, sheesh, you know. And I was like, it was like, honestly, like, oh, I mean, that was like, good, wow, great idea to come out here because we got to see that, you know, together. And it's like it was like we got a really good view on that because she walked by and she had the papers, like I said. And I guess, I don't know, I know everyone's going to say that's really creepy. But you have to remember, I'm 10. She's 9.5. He's 9.5. You can't be creepy if you're 10 years old. That's like, I feel like that should be a rule. But I don't know. She's like really beautiful, and then she walks back, and then and then she obviously drops it off, right? And then she comes back, but we were not that we were over it, but we weren't like googly eyes the second time when she came back the second time. Not that I remember, maybe, but it was kind of like, oh, we already did the Paige is beautiful thing, and I think maybe we were talking. I don't know. I don't even know if we saw her come back, but on the way in, yes. And if you were to ask Chris Guido, hey, do you remember this story? Just tell him the whole story. You remember this? He'll say yes. He remembers what he saw. And I remember what he saw too. Yeah, I was there too. Yeah. And by the testimony of 2 witnesses, we saw that together. Paige walking by, carrying Miss Sue's papers, taking it to the multipurpose room or the computer lab or whatever it was. Probably the computer lab, right? Yeah, I guess it could have been the main, because she could have kept walking and then took a right to the school office. That's true. Or it might have just went right to the computer lab. Computer lab was right there. We're on those little benches next to the computer lab. But, And then I remember, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyways, Chris Guido had such an instant love for Paige. And I remember 7th grade. There was this kind of yeah, I guess I'll say it. It's on my mind. So, how old are we now? 12, early 7th grade. Maybe it's 6th grade, 11 and a half. There's my next door neighbor, Brandon Leon. Kind of just he's kind of the male version of Presley Rhodes, if you want to think about it like that. Just kind of a gross guy. Just kind of a wicked dude. But genuine wicked, he's like, and he doesn't hold any information in, just similar to every unrighteous person everywhere, right? That's what I like about Paige. She's the opposite of that. And she withholds knowledge. And I wanted to macro earlier, macro. I was fantasized about not loving Paige, and I thought, well, if I can come up with a few reasons why she's a sinner and why she's wicked, and maybe I'll stop loving her. So I was at high school, and there's something gossip, it's whatever. It's like, it's not really my thing. I don't hate gossip, certainly not. I don't hate gossip, no, but it's not really my thing. I'm maybe below average on loving gossip, and I mean, gossip's great, it's just, but righteous gossip, unrighteous gossip. There's slander, which is literally illegal, but you can't do that. But gossip is just like you just trash people behind their back with truth and stuff. It's like, it's cool. I like it. I mean, I like it as much as the next guy, put it like that. But it's just, I just don't. It's just not really my. Like some girls are obsessed with it, and guys, and it's like, gossip, whatever. It's like, but here's the thing: they end up hitting a nail on the head. They end up hitting a nerve, a lightning strike. That's my idol. Gossip, 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 gossip. Paige. And I was like, whoa, what Paige? And they're gossiping about Paige. I said, oh, thank God. The gossip is usually the people's biggest flaws. People talking trash and stuff. So I was like, oh, thank God. I was like, Paige, I'd love to hear about, love to hear about this. And, what'd you do? Like, you don't like her? It's like, oh, I don't like Paige. And why is that? And I looked up and I was like, oh my gosh, like, we're doing it. Like, what'd you do wrong? Like, what is it? And then they said, she's fake nice. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I just like, it was like the 12th, there's been like, I don't know, 12 ginormous, I guess you could say moments where I fell in love with her, and I just kept falling in love with her harder and harder and harder and harder and harder, like every single moment. Like the love at first sight was probably the biggest one. Wow, it was 3 oval gravity fields of whiteness just melted out of her face. I was like, oh, it was crazy. So I think that was the biggest one. And it was like, whoa, what is that thing? Like, what the heck? And every other kid was dancing around like a monkey, and she was just sitting there with her eyes closed, standing up, like she does all the time, pretty much. But her face was just so beautiful, and I was like, what the heck? And she's just beautiful. Like, whoa. And it was like, there's something special about her. And then the thought came in, and I've said this before, but talk to her now or it will get harder for you. But I didn't talk to her. I decided to sit back and idolize her. And if I talk to her, it's called breaking the ice, but I let the ice turn into what's it called? The thing that sunk the Titanic. I can't think of it right now. Iceberg. It wasn't an icebreaker, it was an iceberg. And it was just so much ice. At this point, the ice is overwhelming. It's like, it's not an ant. It's not the size of an ant. It's the size of an Antarctica, if you want to think about it like that. Like, that's a lot of ice, right? And I see lots of different puns coming into my head right now, and I don't want to water it down to something that, listen, it's just, I love her, and I loved her in glue, if you want to think about it like that. The connectiveness. And, she's love-worthy. But like I was saying earlier, macro. Here's the thing. I was walking by myself, similar to how Paige was walking by herself. Miss Sue doesn't always pick the same kid to go out. I believe I'm walking by myself. I believe that. There's these trees next to me, right, tree. I remember walking by. I just have this thought, Lord, I was praying to God. And I had a prayer life at this age. It wasn't quite the same as it is now. It was much more occasional. infrequent as a 10-year-old. But I did pray a decent amount, and I've been praying since I was 3. But it was bad. It was bad what I said. I said, Lord, I said, God, I said, okay, God, and I was really curious too. I said, God, we both know that Paige is the best girl in the school. But here's my question. And I was genuinely just interested. It wasn't even a question for that first part. But here's the question, because God knows, he might not know the school better than me, but he knows the world better than me, right? Is Paige the best girl in the world? Oh, man. God was so mad. Mad is not the word. It was like, I can't believe someone somewhere is praying. So, think about it like this. There's Dumb and Dumber, the movie. Dumb and Dumber, the movie. And then there's this. It's like Dumb and Dumber, it's like, wow, that's a dumb movie. Or it's like, whatever, it's like, well, yeah, that's what they were going for. It's like, okay, yeah. Dumb. It's just dumb. Well, here's the thing. God's saying, he gave me the clown face emoji. It's the first time I ever received that in my life. And God, people say, oh, God doesn't give out clown face emojis. Well, he does. I said, well, where does it say that in the Bible? Where does it say that in the Bible? I thought you never asked. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 34. Galatians 6:7, Psalm 5:5, Psalm 97, verse 10, Proverbs 8:13. I know you guys, don't all say it at once. I'm sure you guys all have all those verses memorized. All my critics, they're just closer to God than me. They know the Bible better than me. Ken Jennings, he's an idiot. Sure, he won 74 games in a row in Jeopardy. Anyone could do that. Who cares what that guy's religion is? He's just dumb. He's just an idiot. That's my problem with it. Really? That's my question. Really? But I don't know, man. Or was I? What am I talking about right now? Yeah. Oh, clown face emoji. So I'm thinking, okay. Clown face emoji. That was it. He didn't answer me. He gave me the silent treatment. Well, that's not entirely true either. He told me, well, anyway, I'll finish it. I'll tell you what God told me. But I just get this thought like, oh, yeah, she's not the best in the world. I just kind of said, ooh, like I knew God told me through the clown emoji. He's like, but the reason why I got the clown emoji is because Paige isn't even the best girl in that school. And I didn't realize that until recently, like, 10, 15, maybe 20 seconds ago. I like just now I'm realizing, oh, I get it. I mean, here's the thing, like, and the other problem was, if you're going to put words in God's mouth, at least be right. Because I said, Lord, you and I both know Paige is the best in the school. And I was at church, Hillcrest building, on the wall, her sister, Brooke, and in the picture, she was at a brook. It was like a brook within a brook. She was literally like in a boat or something. It's freaking weird, but she was on some mission. She was on a mission, and she's like literally catching fish and figuratively catching fish, something, winning souls, whatever. And it's like, whoa, Brooke Zollinger. And I'm like looking down. She's this superstar, killing it. And God tells me, I guess you could say this thought came into my head, but it was, I mean, I wonder where this thought came from, dude. She's not even the best girl in that family. Wow. Well, sorry. Best girl in the world. Not even best girl in that family. God has a different hierarchy than us. And it's just different, And, I'm not going to say that. I could. I don't want to. I want to, I want to take a piss. Oh, feels good. Oh. Just another reason why guys are better than girls. You can just take a piss wherever you want. It's great. I love it. Okay. That was good. Oh. No. No. Yes. No. Hmm. I guess. Let's take this one. Oh. It's my favorite thing about these wine bottles. I get to fill it up with water, put it in the fridge. And now, it's water. Drink water out of the glass bottle. It's brilliant. Just buy sparkling cider, drink it. Delish. Drink the water. Or fill it up with water. It's the best, man. Oh. No, don't say that. I'll say it. I was playing this game called Prison Ball at lunch. Not as fun as when it's NPE for whatever reason. It's just different. But Paige was on the other team. I got this ball, and you name someone on the other team. You say their name as you throw the ball over the net, volleyball net. It's a high volleyball net, but if it lands without anyone catching it, that person has to go to prison. If somebody drops the ball, they have to go to prison too. This is kind of a silly game, but then when they're in prison, I don't know. I forget how you get them out of prison, but you throw the ball, get them out of prison, whatever. Anyways, this is a really, really dumb story. Dumb, horrible. I can't believe I'm even saying this story. It's so dumb. I throw the ball over the volleyball net, and as the ball's floating over the net, I said, Paige, like that. Paige. Paige, Paige. And the ball goes over the net. And it was like this little... It just barely went over the net and it landed. And there was no way anyone could catch it. And she's dead. That's right. I killed her. And I just watched her die. And Paige didn't really... Paige didn't see it like that at all. She's standing there like, ah, and then she hears your name. Paige. Paige. And it's coming from Eric, and Eric throws the ball over and it lands. And she immediately knows, okay, it said Paige and I'm out. So now I have to go to the back of the prison. And I could read her mind. I could tell. She's like, oh, I'm out. And she runs to the back of the line. And she gets to the back of the line. And she's, okay, now what do I do? And she's just sitting in the back of she's sitting in the back of the prison. That's the end of the story, you guys. Wasn't that great? Paige. And now she's dead. And it was because of me that I moved her from the playing field to the prison. There's a lot going on there. You know? There's a lot going on there. I remember, well, some people are smart, some people are stupid, some people are in between, right? But somewhere between 1% and 5% of my LDS testimony was this crow that I had. My dad liked it, but I wrote it up about my crow, and I prayed for this crow, and it was this really, you could argue, whatever, something experience. And I prayed about, I was praying, I said, oh, I should ask God for a crow and have him crow 5 times or 3 times or 4 times. And I should pick a number. And then I was like, nah. Matthew 4:7 says, do not tempt God, you know. But I did pray it, but then I unprayed it. Because I was like, nah, that's a horrible idea. But when I was working the next week, or the next, 4 days later, so 30 days, what happened. Because I remember praying that. And I see this crow. And I was outside in the back with a trash can, picking up trash, and I see the crow, and I see a crow, and I was like, oh. And he's just looking at me and scratching himself, and I was really into the church at the time, and I was the bestie in the LDS church. And I decided I was going to pray. And I just closed my eyes, and I said, because I was afraid of being deceived and stuff. So protect me and all this stuff. But then I started, I may or may not have said some very assertive things too. Some personal things. I don't know if I want to say everything, but I just want to know the truth and all this and whatever. Then I ended my prayer, and then I went back to the and then the crow at the end of the prayer jumps off and he caws 3 times. It's like, oh, well, the crow's crow. I know what you're gonna say. Oh, don't crows crow, It's like, yeah, but it was a timing thing, and it felt really spiritual. But that ended up being a setup, because when I was meeting with the missionary, Sister Tiawa and Sister Poulter, anyways, I'm not going to say the full story. I don't really like the crow story anymore, but I was really into it at the time. But I got this kind of... People kind of say it's a creepy crow situation because Satan could do it and all that stuff. And I find out later that crows are... anyways, Satan likes crows. Put it like that. But... anyways, it was just, some people thought I got baptized because of the crow, and they're just really dumb. But Stephen Paradise, he understands that prophets front load the faith, and they get signs coming afterwards. And okay, well, you could be the one that baptizes me then. And I saw him have the Holy Spirit as well. He had a very unique take on the Peter. Peter denied Christ, but it says in the English shout, which is interesting. It doesn't say shall. He shall deny me 3 times. It doesn't say that. It says he shalt deny me 3 times. And there's this really righteous, hyper-minority view that Jesus is actually commanding him to deny him because there's a bigger picture, macro, and it ends up being this golden lie, and Peter didn't understand, and he ends up receiving a crow. By the way, he had the crow. When the crow cocks 3 times, you'll deny me, thou shalt deny me, Well, he was spirit filled, and the Holy Spirit came into him, and he told me later that the Spirit came into him, but I already knew that. I said, "Oh, he has the Holy Spirit in him," which was great. It was a good sign to see that. And Ben Lee really, he thought that was adorable. I was like, "Yeah, I'm investigating the church. Oh, he has the Holy Spirit in him." And when he told the story, he says, "Yeah, and the Holy Spirit came into me." So I talked to Stephen Paradise a lot, But, where was I going with this? Something. Something. I forget, man. I forget. Where was I going with this? Forget. I don't know. Oh, that's where it was. Prison Ball. I killed Paige. Okay. The crow. Let's see. I don't. I'm trying to think about this. I left Mormonism, maybe. Anyways, at some point, I remember walking to work at Little Caesars, and I see the crow on the ground, and he's dead. And I said, the crow is dead. And I was talking about my testimony. The crow is dead. So, I don't know. Paige was dead because there was a lot of figurative stuff. I literally threw the ball over because I wanted to kill her in the game, the prison ball game, and I put her in prison, and I felt so powerful. I was like, whoa, I just killed Paige, Bam. Nobody noticed. It was a big moment for me. Get her off the pedestal. I'll get her off the pedestal. Paige. Ball lands. Bam. She's dead. See? She's dead. Huh. She's dead. All right. Huh. I had a dream of Paige recently, like within the last 2 weeks. And she says, I'm dating this guy, he's so cute. But it's so obvious that he's not spirit filled. And I'm just like, dang. Huh. Well, don't know what to tell you. Wow. Wow. Uh, mm-hmm. 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 Let's continue the video.
I think about how we fit together, not just today, but long term. When they take too long to reply, 1. I panic a little.
Absolutely. Wow. Definitely, that's a 4. Oh. I messaged her. I said, "Hi, Paige," and then it said "seen," and she didn't say anything. I was like, "Oh, that's a horrible idea." And then she responded 3 days later. "Hey, what's up with you?" Whoa. Oh, morning. 7 hours ago. Oh. Okay.
Like, did I do something wrong? 2. I get annoyed. Maybe they're losing interest. 3. I feel a bit anxious, but I try to respect their space. 4. I trust them. If they're busy, they'll get back to me. When you're alone together in silence. 1. I want to break the silence with something physical.
When you're alone together in silence. Okay, yeah, this has actually happened. I was playing with Paige on, we played basketball together, one-on-one for 20 minutes. That was something. I beat her 11-3. Maybe she'll deny it, but we played knockout one-on-one. So there was no, it wasn't like one-on-one, but it was one-on-one, but it was just shooting only, shooting and running. And I beat her most of the games, but she did beat me as well. Maybe it was 8-3 actually. But I did win more than 70% of the time. We played a lot of games. And we were just like super mature and we were super normal and all that. And then the other kids, Katie Lahorn was like, hey, Paige, hey. And she was like in the Stambark and we were pretending like we were adults, basically, and we didn't say a single word to each other for about 20 minutes. It's crazy, huh? When you're alone in silence, I want to break the silence with something physical. Well, we played basketball. That is a very, very physical sport. And the other time we were alone in silence was we were playing Capture the Flag. I've only played one, maybe two good games of Capture the Flag, and all the other games were just... I played one very defensive game of Capture the Flag. And it was such a good game. I remember I rescued Sarah Hoffman from prison. Let me think for a second. I'm gonna say it. There was 10 kids in there, and in prison, because it was Capture the Flag, but there was like this big hula hoop, and these 10 kids are in there, and it's just they're all, Eric, save us, and it's Capture the Flag, but it's also everyone, it's flag football flags on our left and on our right, and if you cross the foul line and you go to their side of the map, they can take you, but you can't take them. If they take you, you go to prison. But if you sprint over to someone in prison and you grab their hand, then you get to bring them all the way back to your team. And now you have an extra player to help us win the game. Extra defender, extra offense, whatever. So I sprinted down there. It was between 6 and 10 people shoved in that little jail. And I grabbed Sarah Hoffman's hand, whatever. And Sarah Hoffman is like super hot girl. Super beautiful, super cute. Short, but like very cute. And I remember the teacher was like super aggressive, like, and she goes, you must lock arms. You must lock arms, though, and you must walk like together. And I just remember she was just happy to get out of prison. And I was just happy to be holding her arm. I remember this. And it was like, I've never felt anything like that in my life. A girl's arm on my arm. Like, it felt so freaking good. I was like, what the hell? Like, it was a hot girl, that I know her. And it was like, I don't know. It was a lot for me, though. It was like, that's a lot. Whoa. And it must have lasted for like 20 seconds because we had to walk a very long distance. And I was like, hate to see you go. And, she leaves me. But that felt good. I just wanted to say that. I know it. But again, we're 10 years old. We're both 10, so. Or she's 9.5, I'm 10. But I'll never forget what that felt like. It felt really good. I've never had sex before, but sex probably feels exactly like that. Or better, I don't know. Nobody knows. My roommate Chris here, he's a virgin as well, 33. He thought 30% of the population was virgin. Turns out it's a little bit less. It's a lot less. But anyways, after we unhook arms, I was like, okay, whew. And I look over, I was like, what are you doing? And she immediately starts sprinting. And I was like, what are you doing? And I was like, no. And she starts sprinting towards the prison. Because she had just been in prison for 5 or 10 minutes. I was like, what the hell are you doing? This is horrible strategy. And she's a girl. There's no way she could possibly get through all those defenders without getting her flag pulled. I could do it because I'm a guy and I'm very quick and all that. I was like, wait, what do you think you can do what I just did? And she gets her flag pulled right away and she's back in prison. I was like, oh my gosh, all that for nothing, And I just remember putting my hands up, and then now they're all like, Eric, save us. Ah. And I was just like, after everything I went through for this. And anyways, I remember we lost. Just somebody on the other side. We lost our flag and, but there's probably 99.5% chance she doesn't remember that. I don't know. We don't know. Do you ever think she said, man, I remember when I was 9.5 and I locked arms with some 10-year-old boy and it felt really good. Do you think she remembers that? I mean, it's probably the first time she's ever locked arms with a guy, But she might. I have it at 1 out of 200 chance. But it's one of those like gems. There's pearls before swine and there's gems before swine. And gems before swine is not necessarily bad. Gems before pearls can be bad. Pearls before swine we know is bad. Swine before swine we know is good. Proverbs 26:5. But gems before swine. Interesting. My second craziest isn't the word. I would say the second most supernatural moment in my life, my entire life, and by far my favorite. I've never shared it with a believer, ever. but I have been Spirit-led to share it with 4 unbelievers. Isn't that amazing? If someone said that they saw an angel and they described it for 20 minutes, it wouldn't be as supernatural as this experience, which is my second most supernatural and my favorite. I wouldn't swap it for an experience seeing an angel. Now, if I had a conversation with an angel, like if I went back and forth like Joseph Smith claimed to do with Moroni and those other, he was visited by a lot of different angels. If I had like a really, really, really good conversation with an angel, wow. Well, I would claim it was more supernatural. You know? Like some of Joseph Smith's claims, yes, those are more supernatural than my thing, but it was God communicating with me in a way that I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't trade it. Conversation with God, like if Jesus, God, like Joseph Smith also had, his first vision was God and Jesus, right? Yeah, I would trade it for the God and Jesus, but angel, I think I would trade it for the God and Jesus. Wow. I love it. I love, 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 love. I love it so much. But anyway, gems before swine. Their face when I told them the story. What? Wow. Huh? Huh. Huh. Anyways, let's continue.
2. I get a little bored, honestly.
Definitely not. No, I don't get bored. No, I've never been bored around. It's just a lot of euphoria. No, never.
3.
It's kind of like, it's kind of nice, like being wrapped in a soft blanket. Absolutely. Yeah, it is. Oh. Yeah, it is. You know, if that's what you mean by hot, yeah, I do. I feel hot. It's kind of nice, like being wrapped in a soft blanket. Oh, there you go. That's a 4 for that one, too.
Kinda nice. Like being wrapped in a soft blanket. 4.
The silence feels safe, like we're still communicating just without words. The silence feels safe. Whoa. Yeah, it does. It feels safe. Yeah. Whoa. Paige and I, we've done a lot of nonverbal communication. The silence feels safe. Like we're still communicating just without words. It's like you're gonna when you're alone together. Oh yeah. So what I was gonna say was I wasn't even supposed to say, I mean the Sarah Hoffman story is just kind of irrelevant. But I played this really, really trash game of Capture the Flag later in the year on a different field on the high side. Over by the new playground. and Paige and I got captured. Paige and I were on the same team, and we got captured. My dad was actually the PE teacher that day. My dad was like a sub PE teacher. We played dodgeball and stuff, and my dad couldn't believe it that kids actually got nipped in dodgeball and they wouldn't sit down. They would just try to sell it. Like they would lie, like, oh, I can get hit, because no one wants to sit down. And what was that dodgeball game called? It was a good game. It was like what was that dodgeball game called? Survivor, maybe? I don't know. Ultimate? I don't know what it was called, but when you get hit, you sit down, and you can still hit kids from crisscross applesauce. You can get the ball and throw it, and you can throw it to other kids that are sitting down. I think if you hit someone, maybe you can get back up. Was that a rule? That's a good rule, but why would you ever pass to someone else? No, I don't think you got to get back up. No, you don't. But anyways, my dad couldn't believe it. Like, if you get hit and no one else knows it except for you, you should sit down. But kids were like, oh, I got hit, but no one saw it. So if no one's going to tell me to sit down, I'm not going to do it. Whenever it's close, people are doing that. My dad was just like, whoa, what the heck? It's kind of crazy. Like, and like when someone got hit, but everyone thought he didn't, and then the kid sits down, everyone's like, why are you sitting down? You didn't get hit. And he's like, yeah, I did. I felt it. I thought, whoa. Like, I remember I was in freshman year, and I bought just some silly pizza stick. I don't know. I bought some food or something, and I gave her the money, $20, and she gave me back like $19 when she was supposed to give me back $9 or something. Like, I don't know. She missed it by like $6, maybe. She was supposed to give me 13, but like a 5, she gave me an extra 5, or it was between $3 and $9, something like that. But $6, $7, I don't know, something little. But it was a misclick, but I didn't realize it until I got back to the room, and I made the mistake of counting the money, and I was like, whoa, I have freaking 19 here. She obviously, like, I have 20, I can do math here, about $8, I should have 12, but I have 19, so it's like 7 too much, right? And then I was like, should I go back and give it, to her? And I'm like asking around. I'm like, ooh, I want to, I don't want to. Oh no, what do I do? And then I was like, yeah, I gotta do it. I gotta give it back. And everyone's kind of like, yeah, you do that. And I was like, ooh, this feels gross. And anyways, when I got older, I made my half sister do it, because she bought 10 CDs at a music store, and they charged her for 2 or 3 or something, or 5, I don't know. And then I made her go back in, because she asked me what I was like, yeah, you're going back in and paying full price. And she went back in and paid full price. They were shocked that they'd never seen anything like that in their life. And then my sister comes back, sits down. That didn't feel good at all. But this one, I remember, I cut, there was still a huge line of kids. Like, lunch was still going, and I just cut everyone in line and shoved the $6 into the cashier. It was like, yo, I'm gonna let you finish, but you gave me too much money. And I just put the money out there. And the cashier was like, what? Like, no way. And then the person who was buying, the high school student that was buying her food, was like, what? And they were both horrified. And it was like, and I wasn't super happy about it, but it was kind of like, I guess you'd say, the conscience, or justice got into me, or whatever. I was like, yeah, I gotta do it. And then I gave the money, and And then I came back, and I didn't feel that good about it, but I felt okay about it, and I didn't know if I made the right choice, but I did. But I kind of felt like my half sister, but better than my half sister. My half sister, like, really, she really didn't like doing it. It wasn't like I didn't do it because I love God. I did it because I love the law. You're serving the law, which is like an immaterial being or immaterial thing, impersonal thing. It's like CTR, choose the right. But I'll tell you this, when you're young, you choose the right. When you're old, you take the straight and narrow. Straight and narrow leads to eternal life. Enter ye the straight gate. It's Jesus. He is the person that we are to serve. But there's nothing wrong with choosing the right. There's nothing wrong with serving the law, as long as you don't love the law more than God and make it an idol. People exalt the law over the Savior and over God, and then you're going too far. You can only really idolize the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit. You can't idolize anything else. You can't exalt anything over those three. And if you do, it's called true idolatry. Or if you make it equal, I'd say it's about equal. That's also idolatry. But it's like, anyways, I'm glad I did it. And I definitely, the cashier, she's like, I wouldn't have done that if I was you. And it was like, thanks. But it was like, thanks for making me feel like a crappy person. And thanks for doing the right thing. And it was like, really? Though? Like, because I wasn't a senior either. I was freshman. I was 14 years old. Can you imagine a 14-year-old doing that? I heard a story about a kid bragging about he's buying a pizza or something, and he gives the 20 to the lady. And the lady puts the money in and breaks it into 5511 or something, and she ends up giving him like $29 back or something. Like she's just going way too fast. Wow, I'm getting revelation in real time. Wow, this is amazing. Unbelievable. So it turns out some of the lunch ladies, they know things, and they're not stupid, and they someone has to hear this. That is brilliant, by the way. Wow, I don't even want to say it. I'm gonna keep this one to myself. No one would even believe it anyway. Nobody would believe it. Oh. Okay. Okay. You want to say that? Oh. Your words will lock you up and your words will set you free. That's what the Bible says. Let's continue.
The silence feels safe, like we're still communicating, just without words. When they cry in front of you.
This has happened to me. I got a tear right now on my right side. I've only seen Paige cry one time. And I don't even want to talk about it. But they were good tears. And it was in a vision. It wasn't in person. So
1. I freeze. I don't really know how to react. 2. I try to make a joke or change the subject. 3. I reach out even if I don't know what to say. 4. I feel their pain and I want to hold space for it. Imagine a future without sex in this connection. 1. Then what's left? 2.
Whoa.
I'd miss.
That's crazy. Well, I've never had sex, so
4.
I know, right?
Feel their pain.
Not missing much.
I want to hold space for it. Imagine a future without
It was,
sex in this connection.
Oops, I put low power. I put low power mode. Let's go over here. Imagine a future without... Oh, here we go. Imagine a future without sex in this connection. What's left? Well, everything. I don't even know. Not missing much. You know? Whoa. That's crazy.
What's left?
I'd miss it, but maybe we'd still be fun. Imagine a future without sex. Yeah. Sexless marriage, sexless friendship. I would be down. Oh, huge win. Like, my friend Chris, he's never had a girlfriend and he's never really been in love. And he thinks he wants to have sex, but that's disgusting. Like, well, I was talking to this guy at a casino, actually. Super introverted, super smart. Ironically, wasn't that great at poker. You'd think somebody that smart would be good at poker, but he was okay. But, you know, I said something about I'm a virgin. He said, good for you. He said, I try to keep my body count really low. And he was an atheist because he didn't understand why God wasn't just healing people. Like, the problem of evil in the world, he couldn't get over it. He couldn't get there. And then he said, thought experiment. If everyone on earth prayed at the same time for a little kid who's hurting, and would God heal him? I said, 100% yes. He said, you believe that? I said, yes. He said, okay. So now he's thinking it's our fault for not praying. You know? Interesting, huh? And then I said, but there are exceptions, though. Because I thought of a lot of verses. And God will ultimately make the decision, but there are certain worlds where everyone's wicked and bad motives. James 4:3, James 1:6, John 9:31, 1 Peter 3:7, Proverbs 28 verse 9. God can shut down the prayers. And God's good at answering prayers, but he's also good at not answering them. But I just remember something that he told me about sex. He says, once you do it once, you know what it is. I was like, wow. So it's got to be something powerful. There's something about it. It's like everyone that's done it knows what it is, but they don't want to put it into words because they don't want the virgins to know. They're all pissed that they lost it. I don't know. It's like the people who do cigarettes. They want everyone else to do cigarettes. It makes them feel better about themselves. And they don't sufficiently warn people against it. And I mean, some people do. Like, It was like, I remember the Dare to Resist Drugs. Drug, alcohol, resistance education. Don't do drugs, kids. And it's like, you had me at drugs. That's okay. Let me give you a 1 hour. Let me give you a 1 hour rant. And it's like, okay, I get it. No drugs. And then it's no. I'm gonna tell you again for an hour. Next week. It's like, why though? Because I got more reasons. It's like, here's another hour worth of reasons. And then he comes back the next week, and the next week, and the next week. I just remember looking around the room. I'm not going to do drugs, but they will. And sure enough, drug use went up 10% because of that program. Kids don't like being told what not to do. And for me, it's like, I probably have 12 reasons not to do it. Drugs and alcohol. And this program might be number 8. But it's like, huh. I was like, yeah. Well. I was at a bar, and this guy, very, very, very righteous man named Caleb Knight. He's an angel. Or whatever. He's a good dude. He was the best man at my friend's wedding. I was the groomsman. And what was interesting is the other groomsman was wicked. And I was a completely different person with Sean than I was with Caleb. And I just wanted Sean not to be there so I could just overwhelm Caleb with righteousness and religion and Christ and talk to him about Jesus and hug him. And I also desperately wanted Caleb to not be there so I could be worldly and, I guess you could say, wicked with Sean and give more worldly jokes and make him laugh or whatever. But when they were together, it was maximally awkward for me. If I'm too righteous for Caleb, Sean doesn't understand. He lost a friend, and I'm hated for no reason, like Jesus was hated for no reason. And even worse, if I start acting wicked and worldly around Sean, Caleb's like, who are you? You know, you're wicked. And I'm going to make the righteous angel mad. Definitely not doing that. So I only said things that were compatible for both people. It was just like, square, circle, carrot. Yeah, bunny rabbits. I don't know. What do I even say? It was so awkward. The best man's speech killed it. Sean gave a speech, wicked. And it was like, whoa. That one hurt. The wicked one came second, and we wanted the righteous speech to go second. If I would have read that speech, I would not have let him say it. Everyone pretended like they liked it. It was wicked, though. It was just neutral, wicked, not very relevant. He was a stand-up comedian, like a amateur stand-up comedian, but he wasn't. He's kind of like a local. And I was just not the time or the place, and I hated it. I even posted on Facebook. I was like, hey, I just want to say I hated it. But I don't know. Proverbs 13 verse 20, he who walks with the wise will become wise, but the companion of fools will be destroyed. 1 Corinthians 15:33, bad company corrupts good morals. Iron sharpeneth iron, so is one man sharpen another. One who has an unreliable friend soon comes to ruin. Train up a child the way he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. Do not have fellowship with the darkness, rather expose it. Oh, and how about this one? 1 Corinthians 10:20. One more. You cannot drink cup from God and the devil's. James 1:8. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Oh. I'm only really myself when my phone's in the other room. If I'm at the park by myself, there's no humans within a mile of me. And then I have my quote-unquote true self. But really, it depends on who I hung out with that week. That will determine how I act for the next 8 hours. And there's a combination of other things, what I've eaten, how much I've slept, and how I feel, my meds, and all that stuff. Everything multifactorial. But if you just wait a few weeks, wait a few months, then you'll become your true self. Really just alone with God. But put me in a room with, put me in a room with the wicked, I'll be wicked. Put me in a room with the righteous, I'll be righteous. My most comfortable is not at church. My most comfortable self is not me at church sometimes. My most righteous self is at church. My best self it's interesting, huh? I was gonna say, no. It's okay, Eric. When I'm, I'll just say this. I just want to say this. I have this written down in the book of Tears. It's in my green book. And it says something in there. So it's written down. I mean, it's in there. So great. That's a good job. Okay, let's move on.
2. I'd miss it, but maybe we'd still be fun. 3. We'd still have deep talks, inside jokes, late night walks. 4. Honestly, I'd still want them in my life.
Definitely a 4 for this. That's amazing. All right. What I was going to say was, I would rather pray with my wife than have sex with my wife. So if this said, imagine a future without prayer, it would be a lot worse. Than this hypothetical. And I know you have to have sex to, some in Genesis, the two flesh become one. But you can definitely do that still with just praying. You could just pray for that. People underestimate the power of prayer. There was a study. If you're a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, you're 30% less likely to get divorced. If you're still in the temple, you're like 140%. No, you're 2.8, you're 2.7 times less likely to get divorced than if you're a member. And if you pray every night together, I think it was 367 times less likely. 367 times less likely to get divorced. Less than 0.1%. Less than. So immediately I wrote my marital vow for whoever my future wife is. We're praying every night. Bipolar people have a 90% divorce rate. And I'm bipolar. And if you mix the 90% with 0.1, I mean, we're going to have around zero. I don't know what the math is. I'll just pretend like I don't know what the math is. That's funny. That'd be funny. Honestly, this is great.
They're my person.
We can't have sex, but can we pray? Deal. A future wife is a prayer buddy. That's their main role. But the sex, you do create children with sex, though. You create a child, That's kind of, people underestimate the power of baby in belly. Like my dad, for example, he used to idolize me. I don't know at what age he stopped idolizing me, but right now, right this second, there's got to be a 80, 90, 99.9% plus chance. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But that's, yes. My dad loves God more than me. Now, but was it like that when I was a baby? I mean, when the baby came out of the womb, and this is another vow I have. I will not stand for this. My dad loved me more than his wife. Now, albeit it was his second wife. Second wife is brutal. So, I gotta cut him a break. But assuming I have one wife, I will always love her more than my children. Always. It's a blasphemous thought to love your children more than your wife. And I've asked a lot of people, who do you love more, your wife or your kids? And if you had to pick, and it's like, and sometimes they'll say, okay, you can pick equal if you want, but you're wicked if you go equal. But every person that I consider wicked, atheists, agnostics, unbelievers, drunks, fornicators, poker players, everyone, pretty much. Everyone, period. I haven't met a single person who's taken their wife over their kids if they're wicked. It's always the same, or kids. One guy, he was a bowler, drinking, drunk, he's fat. He's like, my kids? Is that even a question? And he's laughing. I always hate those jokes that the world makes about their wife and how bad their life is because they have a wife and this isn't a wife and my wife is this, and even just women. But it's like, there's a lot of truth to it. Yeah, that's the problem. you would never hear like a really righteous guy like Albert Harris or something make a joke about how wives are difficult and wives are hard and wives are wicked and wives, they take away my money and they take away my time and they rules and all these worldly jokes to throw a wife under the bus. And men and women love those jokes because there's truth to it and the women love it. They're like, oh yeah, we do sin in that way, But the hyper righteous, talking like the top 1 or 2%, they would never joke about their wife because there is no truth to it. There are people with perfect marriages. Like, for example, the Quorum of the 85, Q85. 0.00000% divorce rate. And not just that, but they're maxing out. And I used to have before I met David A. Bednar, I've never met him in person, but he's the only prophet that I've read more than one book. His first book was so much better than the second book that it made the second book seem pretty bad. Not bad, but he was like rushed. He was like, oh, I got stuff to do and this book's too short. So he kept like copy pasting things, and it was really irritating that I bought this book that kept repeating itself. It's called One by One. But his first book was called Act in Doctrine. And that book was pretty good, and I picked up a few scriptures from that book. But I love David Bednar, and he is, in a lot of ways, my favorite out of the Q15. And you're not supposed to exalt people over Nelson, but Nelson is objectively the best because he's on the throne and all that. But he has special keys, but Bednar is the most honest, and he's the most brutally honest, and he's the greenest of the angels. He'll even say pseudo swear words like bogus. You would never hear Henry B. Eyring use the word bogus. The guy is just, he's like William Schill. He's like hyper righteous and hyper wicked, but it's all the sins that you like. Pride, self-righteousness, knowledge, too much knowledge, overly righteous. God hates all that stuff, but, I don't. I like him big and smart and religious and overly righteous and prideful and boastful and arrogant. And Bednar is the closest to that. The other 14 guys don't really have that, and they find a way to suppress knowledge and to sandbag and to prefer the higher laws, and to humility. They sacrifice so much to get it there, the humility. And God didn't call Bednar because he's the most righteous. He called him up because we need someone in there that actually, like, it's kind the goalie is the easiest position. And he's like, he can use his hands, he just has to walk over here, and we need a goalie. If no one wants to play goalie, it's unnatural. It's a soccer position where you're using your arms. But it's very important. If you don't have a goalie, they'll just score a lot. So we need someone to stop, We also have a Q7. People don't know about the Quorum of the 7. It's the Quorum of the 7D. But there's 7 guys who actually create official doctrine and stuff. But we need, we need a Bednar. Only one. We need probably 10 to 14 Eyrings and one Bednar. But you don't need more than one Bednar. You can. I mean, you can run 10 or 14 Bednars. But then it's too strong. I posted on Facebook. I said, 15 eye rings, it's too weak. 15 Bednars is too strong. One Bednar is all we really need. And Holland pretends like he's rah, but he's kind of a sweetie. But when he gets going, you kind of believe him. But with Bednar, you actually believe him. Like, Bednar will pray that hell is hotter for the demons today than it was yesterday. And that's something that you could argue it's a sin that he's even praying that. It's like, why would you say that? You know, because it's like Proverbs 17:15, he who justifies the wicked is an abomination. It's like, okay, don't get lost in the book of Proverbs. We're talking about Solomon praying for wisdom in a time where everyone's wicked. He who justifies the wicked is an abomination to the Lord. Proverbs 28:5, the wicked do not understand justice, but a righteous man understands it perfectly. Proverbs 21:15, the righteous are filled with joy when justice is satisfied. And Bednar read those verses, and he has them tattooed on his heart and his soul, and maybe he recognizes that the Q85 is... I mean, the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints is just so lovey-dovey. And in so much that certain people probably idolize love in our religion. And there are... Well, okay, maybe not. I'm getting a big no on that one. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Well, sometimes you take a chance and you're wrong. No one idolizes love in our religion. Just wanted to say that. But there are people in the world who do. It's love-worthy. It's idol-worthy. God is love-dominant, and he is dominated by love. But he's also infinitely holy. And is he holy-dominant or is he love-dominant? Because Old Testament, obviously, he's holiness-dominant. New Testament, he's obviously love-dominant. Did he change, or did he just reveal more of himself? The flood is holiness dominant. The rainbow is love dominant. Holiness first, love second. Proverbs 28:13. Honesty first. Proverbs 27:5. Proverbs 24:26. Imagine a future without sex in this connection. Honestly, I'd still want them in my life. They're my person. Yeah, I think people micro-idolize sex, and they idolize sex when it comes to relationships. Like Chris, he thinks women are stupid and all that, but he really wants to have sex, but he doesn't want to break God's commands. So he thinks that if he gets a wife, he gets sex and he gets to have it. It's just kind of a really immature thought process and stuff. And I told him, I said, well, I've told him a lot of things, but it's weird because it's like people get mad at me when I talk about sex a lot. I've never had it. They say, well, you've never had it. And it's like, yeah, but I've read about it. And also, you can learn from other people's mistakes. I know when people cheat on each other, it somehow hurts somebody. There's a spiritual transformation. So righteous sex is underrated. Unrighteous sex is overrated. Sex in general, I would say, it's a close one. Overrated. It's close, though. Because righteous sex is so ridiculously underrated. And I posted on Facebook, I said, what did I say on Facebook? Something. Oh, when fornicators fornicate, God rolls his eyes. When married couples have a sexless marriage, the heavens flip the tables, or something like that. that is not exact words, but God is more angry at sexless marriage than he is at unsanctioned sexy time. Because unsanctioned sexy time, we're talking about people giving too much love to people they don't know well enough too soon with too big of a chance of it not working out. And you're violating fairly, whatever, static rules and commandments. So there's a lot of bad that's going on there. And there's a little bit of good as well. Because there is part of sex, there's a small slice of sex that is asymmetric net positive. I suppose. But there's a lot of it that's dynamic. There's a lot of it that's good and bad. There's a lot of it that's bad. For example, it's at the very least, it's gross. I mean, we're talking about sex right now. There's fluids and it's just disgusting. Even righteous sex and mom and dad having sex. There's something bad about it. There's something gross. There's shame. It's embarrassing. But if you do it right and you're intimate and you're in love and all that, I mean, more than enough. It makes up for it. Not to mention you get babies out of it, but you get a lot of dopamine, oxytocin, and people love the dopamine. The guys like the dopamine, girls like oxytocin. And, but they both, it's like 70-30 and 30-70. It's like, we're talking about oxytocin and dopamine. So it's like doing drugs and, sexual beings or whatever. But I was horrified. John Piper. I shouldn't have said his name. Whew. You could watch the podcasts, but nah. John Piper, he swears up and down he has a high view of God. He doesn't. He knows nothing. He's explored, few rabbit holes a little bit, and he's access to side of God that I don't have, and good for you, man. But he doesn't know God like I do. And he's old, and he has a pretty big heart and he's a smart guy. He's a theologian, he's a preacher, but he's a Calvinist. And he just went to college, and some guy who's smarter than him somehow convinced him that God is in control of everything. And predestination and just stupid, dumb stuff. And he just went outside and wept for like 70 hours. 70 hours, that's 3 days. Crying and crying and crying. And for him to be wrong, that's what I'm crying about. When I was a quote-unquote Calvinist, I said, trust me, dude. R.C. Sproul, John MacArthur, and Paul Washer, all three of them are going to be wrong at the same time. Look how many books they've read. They're so good at preaching. They so good at this, and they're so smart. And boy, did I have those idols destroyed. Wicked, 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 man. Wicked. And stupid, too. They got a big left brain and a really, really wicked, dark, stupid right brain. And they're humans. Just wicked. So wicked. But, I was like, we don't actually believe that there's no free will, right? We don't actually believe that God selects people. We don't actually believe that everything was predestined. Everything from 2,000 years ago, God knew everything that was going to happen. Please tell me we don't believe that. And they're like, yeah, we do. Because the Bible says so. It says predestined. It's like, oh, so we are that dumb. And it's just doctrines of man. And, oh, you don't understand Calvinism. But it was just like a theological thing that let me down. And it's a very wicked view of God and a bad view of God. But anyways, that was a bit of a tangent. I shouldn't have said John Piper, but once I did, I had to bash that whole guy, all those people. They're just, people watch them because they're on the YouTube algorithm. Get them off the algorithm. I mean, you're better off watching Isaiah Saldivar. He's kind of an idiot as well. He's an oaf. But at least he loves God, and he has a good version of God in his mind. Everyone falls short at imagining God and stuff. He's so much better and bigger than we think. But at least Isaiah's close, and he's fired up for what he has on him. And he's farther down the rabbit hole, and he's on the good side of the rabbit hole. You know, he's exploring it, and he's great. But, you know, and I supported his ministry before he started bashing the Catholic Church a little bit, and he bashed the LDS Church, and I said, bro, like, I just want to let you know, like, I'm glad you love God, and you're on the team, but you're kind of an idiot. So, and I posted that on Facebook too. I was like, Isaiah Saldivar, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. He watched he did maybe 20 minutes of research, and he has such a big platform with so many viewers, and it just pissed me off a little bit. And he let me down. It's just, all the humans are going to let me down. And Paige would also let me down if I exalted her to a high place. You know? But if I love her unconditionally conditioned on... The only condition is if it's the same person that I grew up with in 5th grade, and she's not a daughter of perdition. Because daughter of perdition, that's a deal breaker. But if she's repentant, you know, it's just, she's wicked. What does that mean? She's wicked. Doesn't make any sense. She's wicked compared to Jesus. You know, she's wicked. You know, it's like, but it's weird because, like, my cousin said, I don't think you like Paige. I don't think you love Paige. I don't think you like Paige. I think you like the idea of Paige. And no, no. No. It makes sense to her, but the reason why I love the idea of Paige is because it's linked to her. It's like a mirror image of her. But anyways. Huh. I'd also have to ask her what she means by that. Let's continue. Oh, we got a lot of time left here.
When they achieve something big.
How much? 17%. That's quite a bit.
1. I compliment how hot they look while doing it.
Oh. When they achieve something big, I compliment how hot they look while doing it. Oh, yeah, of course.
2.
When they achieve something big, I feel proud, but mostly just want to celebrate. Yeah.
I feel proud, but mostly just want to celebrate.
I don't know.
Right with.
I don't know if I want this. Proud and joy, but mostly just want to celebrate with them. Yeah. I want to go back to talking about religion.
them.
And Jesus.
3.
3. I feel genuinely happy for them, even if I'm not involved. Even if I'm not involved. That should be KNOT. Even if I'm not involved. I feel genuinely happy for them, even if I'm involved. Huh. I do feel low-key jealous. Oh, gosh, do I have to say that one? Oh. Gross. Yeah, I'll say it. No, I don't want to say it. No. Nope, not going to say it.
I
Let's
feel
continue.
genuinely happy for them,
No.
even if I'm not involved. 4. I'm emotional.
God likes it when I am told to say something, and then I prefer silence, and it builds up, and God feels like I'm involved a little bit. I used to have a free will pamphlet that I created. It's called The Puppets for Christ, Puppies for Christ, The Prophets for Christ, A Prophet for Christ. I forget something else, but they all start with a P. I'm a puppet for Christ, so if God wants to at any time, he can knock me out. And then I'm a puppy for Christ. If he wants, he can discipline me like a puppy with a leash. Hebrews 12:6-8. Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. Revelation chapter 3, verse 19. As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten. Be zealous therefore, and repent. Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 5. Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 11. Psalm chapter 94, verse 12. Psalm chapter 119, verse 71. Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. And if ye be without chastisement, ye are bastards, not sons, illegitimate children. Oh, it feels so good. Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. Thus. Thus saith the Lord. 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 8. Above all, love, for love covers a multitude of sins. Repent and believe, turn and believe, love and believe. Whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. And if ye be without chastisement, ye are bastards, not sons, illegitimate children. Hebrews 12:6-8. Okay. 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 1, 2, 3, 4. God is love. Love. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. The word loved comes from the Greek word agape, which means love. Unconditional love.
Their win feels like our win. What scares you most in this relationship?
What scares you most? Breaking her heart, hurting her, not being able to provide. Honestly, like, in high school, I didn't want my wickedness to rub off on her. That's another reason why I avoided her. I thought she was going to get my cooties, just like the Bible says. 1 Corinthians 15:33, bad company corrupts good morals. I loved her so much, I didn't want to expose her to 1 Corinthians 15:33. Which means I was exalting her to a very high place. And it is kind of self-deprecating to think about that. But I was like, if she talks to me too much, she's going to become wicked. Because I thought she was perfect. And maybe I was idolizing the idea of Paige, because I did go bowling with her. She was with her boyfriend, who is the prom king. Cesar Salazar, I forget I forget what CJ sells their bolts, but it was around 130s. No. It was 150. It was okay. Yes. 156, 160. He was ripping it up the middle. He had no problem. You know. Anyways. That was a fun date. I was the third wheel. It was perfect because I can't really mess up, you know. And she's gone. She's with some other guy. You know, she's with my best friend. Thank God she got a great guy. You know, everything's going to be okay. And I just remember she was a terrible bowler. Like, she's just horrible. Just doesn't get it. It's just... She bowled I remember this. She bowled a 66, a 67, and a 68. Back to back to back. And what was it? She threw a 9-pound ball, a pink ball. She walked up to the line, slowed down her feet, and just threw the ball about 8-9 miles an hour. And the ball was so slow. And and then it barely... But she was so consistent. And I'm telling you, no strikes, no spares, no gutter balls. Can you guys believe that? She chopped the 3 off the 6. I just wanted to give her a high five. But because in bowling you give high five every shot. But I refused to do it on an open frame. I mean, she's got to get a strike or a spare at some point, right? I'll be able to I'll be able to give her a high five. She never got a strike or a spare. It's interesting. And then I'm over here bowling. Throw a pretty good shot. Ride it up the floorboard. Catches the dry. Comes back. Carries. I'm shooting like 220s. We're on lane 15. One lane. And I'm thinking, okay, finally I threw as good as I could bowl, you know. I wonder if they noticed, you know. And I turned around, they're kissing. And I was like, oh my gosh. But Paige was almost like pretending to kiss him. It was pretty funny. And she's like pretending to make out with him. Whereas like, but it was funny. And she turned to her left. She was laughing. And okay, good for you guys. I was like, whatever. But yeah, earlier in this video, that was the other time Paige and I were alone together. I guess there's 3 times, right, total. Basketball, capture the flag. Oh yeah, the capture the flag one, I never got to say that one. So Paige and I were in this hula hoop, not this hula hoop. Yeah, hula hoop. And we're both in prison. And I just remember it was a hot day. It was a hot girl. She was just hot. And we had to be close because we had to be within the hula hoop. So there was no version of like, oh, we need to keep our distance. It's like, I mean, we both have to be in this hoop, right? So it was like, it was so ridiculous because the whole game, everyone is just trying to take the flag. Like, the reason why this game was so trash is because everyone went offense. And there was a goalie on both sides. And yeah, we got picked off and we had to go to the jail. We weren't in there that long because the capture the flag game was so short. Whatever it was, I don't know if it was needed a rule change or something, but it was just too much. It was like too much offense. So they were constantly getting the flag in any of the games early. It was just it was a well executed game. It's just the strategy made it not that fun. But I just remember sitting in there, and I was like, should I talk to her? And I was like, should I talk to her? Yeah, of course. Okay, well, let me get some words. And I look up, and there's just blank. I can't think. I'm just, I can't say anything. That's the thing. It's like, and I don't really know her. I'm not friends with her enough. And she's never going to, she's never going to talk to me. Because we have a very silent relationship. And it's like, I don't know. Maybe she thinks I don't like her as a friend or something. That's what she told me later. She was like, I never knew you liked me. It's like, well, I never knew that there was someone in the school that didn't like you. Because I just thought everyone had a page bug, But anyways, I was in there, and I just knew while I was standing with her, I was like, I'm going to remember this the rest of my life. It was awesome. It was this life, there's good things that happen, there's bad things, there's good, bad, ugly, and neutral, and forgettables, and that was probably a forgettable moment for her. She's like, okay, so I'm playing PE, and it's really hot, and someone took a flag, and now I'm in prison, and then I leave. She obviously didn't. She obviously doesn't remember any of that. It's like, why would she value that moment over, I don't know. 5 days later, she's playing PE and she throws a ball and she hits somebody, and then it hits another person, and then someone says, "Wow, Paige, nice throw." She's gonna remember that 100 times more. But the thing was, she didn't love me like I loved her. She loved me like she loves everyone else. Does that make sense? So it's like the brain, the memory, you can only house so many things. But because I was exalting her over all the other girls, the moments with her were more intense. And it didn't have to be like this. I feel like a coward. I felt like a coward. But she was living up to the goddess status by just not making any mistakes. And like I said, she was 75 years old in a 10-year-old, 9-year-old body because any ounce of foolishness was crushed at home. And the foolishness tax was crushed. So she matured quickly from home and from primary. And that's why I loved that she was very, very mature. And that's what I didn't like about Kelly. Because Kelly, you're thinking, okay, yeah, she's mature. Because she's more mature than the other girls. Or whatever. Or she's righteous, so she must be mature. But then you get to Taco Bell. I never finished the Kelly story. Anyways, God didn't want me to give Paige a high five. I just wanted to say that. It would have been too much for me, similar to Sarah Hoffman's arm. There's a special connection I have with Sarah Hoffman from having her arm around my arm for 20 seconds. That's crazy. It's like I'll never forget it. But if I gave Paige a high five, I'd probably never forget that too. And God's just like, I want to save you from that disaster. And all he had to do was manipulate her ball and keeping it, because she kept hitting the head pin. I mean, you think she would knock all 10 pins down on the first shot. No, she would leave splits and she'd leave whatever. And she'd get within an inch or two of getting a spare. She was strangely kind of accurate. Like I said, she never threw a gutter ball. I've never seen a score so low without a gutter. And I've certainly, some of the worst bowlers I've ever seen will get at least one strike, one spare or something. Plus it was nice because it's like, I was talking to this casino dealer. She's kind of, not even gonna say that, but she's like, "Oh, I'm terrible at bowling. I'm the worst." And I was like, "What's your average? Or like, what'd you get last time you bowled or this?" And she's like 130. You know, I was like, "Yeah, I mean, and your high game is like, you know." Oh, she's like, "Oh, I don't know, 180 or something." I was just like, "Yeah," or like 160. I was like, "Yeah, it's really good." You know, and then I told her about Paige. She will 66, 67, and 68. No strikes, no spares, no gutters. And by the way, you don't get no strikes, no spares, no gutters for one game. That's very rare for one game for someone to ever do that. She got 3 in a row. It's like I've seen some crazy stuff in bowling. I worked at the bowling alley, so I saw some crazy stuff, and I had a lot of it written down too. I had the official, unofficial open play record book, and I would keep track of the weirdest leaves I ever see that you'll never see again, and I read their name and their date. It was so fun. The 5-7-10, I saw it 115 times. There's a lot of 6-pound balls going down there. I'd macro the stats of that, you know. But I was just, I mean, kind of like now. I don't. Oh yeah. Interesting. Whoa. I need to get. Yes. And I'm not going to say it because it will hippity dippity flippity skippity dippity dippity doo. Okay. What scares you most in this relationship? Well, we'll see what.
1.
Losing the spark. Yes, that's kind of crazy. Because I've been on a 20-year honeymoon stage. Well, except for those 4 years with Brittany. When I was in love with Brittany, I lost everything that I had for Paige. It was like, I kind of just saw her. I basically saw Paige the way I would see any sister missionary. I could tell that she's a great mate candidate, you know? I could tell she's high quality, but I don't have the feeling of love. And it's because my entire heart shifted over to Brittany. And actually, the first day I'd ever talked to Brittany was over Snapchat. We talked for an hour, and the butterflies, I couldn't believe she was messaging back, and because I met her on her YouTube channel. She had 1,000 subscribers, trashed the channel to make a new channel. And she was like, just, I guess you'd call her a D-list celebrity or F-list celebrity or something. She was just a YouTuber. And, yeah, once she started texting me back, I was just like, whoa. And I laid in the field over here. And it was just this new feeling of this new girl. And then when we broke up, I don't think I've said this video. I've said it before to people, but it was like, you know, when Brittany died, so to speak, I remember there was she's gone now, right? It was like 3 weeks or so of just peace. I didn't, you know, it was just, I didn't love anyone, any girl. It was great. And then I woke up one day, I was in I have multiple rooms in this house. I live with my dad. It was like, I'm sleeping in the second room for some reason. And I just wake up one day. And there, you know how you have the conscience and then the Holy Spirit's the second conscience? Well, it was like this third, it was this huge, holy, spiritual white light. It was like an angel inside of me. And it was this huge love, massive love. It's like a second Holy Ghost, if you want to think about it like that. It's just a second ghost in there. And it was this innocent, spiritual, huge, massive, ginormous love for Paige. And it was overwhelming, and it felt like... It was basically a mix of like the LDS Holy Ghost and what everything I felt in 5th grade and 7th grade. And I was just like, no way. I was like, not this. I was like, not again, dude. No way. And I was like, what the and I said, okay. I was like, gather yourself. What do I do? And then I said, you know what? When I was 10 years old, it's almost like I thought it was a sin to love a girl. I mean, it makes you weak. And then I said, you know what? I like it. I'll just pretend like I like it. I'll enjoy it. I love it. It was great, and I just kind of, because I didn't want to like cast it out. I didn't want to say, oh, page love, be gone. Page love. It's just, if there was a button to get rid of it, that'd be tempting to press it. But I don't even know if I want to press it, right? I love loving Paige. Yeah. You see? And not only is it not bad, it's probably a good thing if you really think about it. So I said, okay. So if it's righteous, then don't you want to keep it? Yeah, I do. So I was like, okay, this is great. I'm in love with her. But my flesh was like, oh, I wish I didn't. Because it's a lot. Like, it takes up your mind, your body, your spirit, and it's just, I don't know, man. It's just not this, because I just got over that girl, and great. Now I'm going to go back to the original girl. I feel like this is what people do with their exes. They date for a few years, they break up, very sexual relationship almost always. Then they quote unquote move on, and they start missing their old whatever, and then they said, well, I'll send him a text. And then you send him a text, and the person's like, oh my gosh, I have a chance with my ex, and then they get back together. I had a poker buddy named I'm not gonna say his name, because I had a poker buddy. He thought I was the best player in the world, basically, and whatever. You could think that. I don't care. He thought it was so good, and wow, he's so good. And I was interested in poker theory, and the game's pretty much solved now. But there's a lot of depth to that game. It's not as much as chess, but it's about similar depth to chess. There's more elements. Interesting game, but he extracted, 50 hours of free coaching from me, and coaching poker makes you way better at poker. You have to really think out while you're doing things and stuff. And he got really good at poker really fast by asking very, very good questions to me. And I'm a whatever you call it, semi-professional poker player. And I make a lot of. I'm only about 5 or 7% of poker players even make money. But I'm definitely in there, and it's a 3rd grade math mixed with taking candy from a baby. So you have to mix those two together. Taking some candy from the babies, and sometimes I lose, and I've actually had a losing month, and it's just like you put in all this work and then you lose money, but no losing years or anything. But the house makes a bunch of money. The people, hopefully they have fun losing, because they're probably not going to win if I'm there, but they have winning days and stuff. But this kid, okay, I'll say his name, Raja, he's Indian, Raja, and he's an atheist, whatever, and he shut down religion, and he thought it was stupid and all that stuff. Interestingly, I asked him one time if he would sell his soul for $1 million, and he said he was convicted. He said, I'm too materialistic. And that's coming from a healthy place, but he didn't like the Bible. But he knew I was Christian, and I stuck by that as often as I could, but I wasn't bringing it up and shoving it down his throat. For him, it was more showing the fruits and sanctification and morality. and I didn't want to misrepresent Christ too much. But at the same time, I didn't want to be overly righteous either. And I didn't use any swear words around him. People that I really, really respect, I don't swear words around them. But if it's an unbeliever that's wicked, I'll use swear words with them, sometimes to relate to them and stuff. But I wouldn't use a swear word around like a Latter-day Saint or even a Christian, spirit-filled Christians, because it hurts them and it cringes their spirit and stuff. But with unbelievers, it's good. But if you have a brand, if you want to advertise, it's interesting. It's almost like a vibe. You gotta get the vibe check. And he was swearing. He would use swear words, but I wanted him to. If I want someone to respect me, then I won't use any swear words. And if I want to be comfortable and they're wicked, I will consider sometimes using swear words and weave it in. It's kind of just like a language thing, and swear words have different definitions among the righteous and among the wicked. So you gotta watch out for that and people in the room. And probably I should care more if you're being recorded. Hot mic, dead mic, something mic. Anyways, this kid, we're in the car, we're driving, and he says, yeah, he's talking about his ex-girlfriend, and they had like a lot of sex and stuff, and sex is way different for unbelievers because they do it more like pornographic, where they're trying to extract dopamine and they're thinking about themselves as they have sex. What can I get from the situation? It's very, very different than when righteous believers have sex, because they're more thinking about the other person and merging their spirit, and they want the other person to feel as good as possible. But unbelievers, they are cuddling with demons as well. So they're trying to, if you want to think about it like this, offer a spiritual sacrifice to the devil. That's what fornication is. It's like, so you get dopamine, they get dopamine, and then the devil wins a lot of money from the disobedience and all that. And then if God's mad at you, he'll give you an STD, because that's a natural byproduct of disobedience. Reap what you sow. And these little the bed bugs, and the bed bugs, sometimes they can bite. And they said, okay, well, then they do condoms, and they do birth control, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on there with unsanctioned sexy time. But basically, it's just not something I've ever done or experienced, but I've obviously heard about it. And he was talking about it like he's like, he's with his girlfriend. He's like, best sex ever, but we hate each other and get in fights and this and this, and I can't believe that she does this, that, and then it's like, okay. And then he starts doing, if you want to call it gossip, or he's just bashing her, and it's getting wicked. And he's gross, and he goes on for like 30 minutes. It's like, okay, she's crazy, yeah, she's whack, and okay, cool. And I have this thought in my head: he's gonna get back together with her. It was like prophetic, really. Like, and I made a vow, and it's crazy when you do this, but in response to the prophetic thought that he's going to get back with her, I said, well, if he tells me about it, no matter where I am, this is what I said in my head, no matter what, I'm going to say to him, no matter who's around, the dog returns to his vomit. And it's going to be hilarious. And I kind of like scripted it in my head. It was like a prophetic scripting, And by the way, and I just want to macro this, I thought I was going to see Paige in person sometime within the last 10 years or something. And I had this thought the next time because I have seen Paige in person. She was at church, and Well, that's different. That's a different story for now. But I was like, okay, if I see Paige again, this is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say, and I planned this out. I practiced it probably 30 times, 35 times, 40 times out there, and a lot of it was spirit filled or whatever, and stuff like that. But I just said, Sister Paige, I'm sorry for calling you wonderful. You're not wonderful. Only Jesus Christ, wonderful. You're not wonderful. You're wonderfully made. Will you forgive me? And then at this point, I wait for her to say something or do something. And I wait for her spirit and her Holy Spirit and her reaction. And if she says something like, yeah, I forgive you, then I say, oh, that's great. And I give her a hug. And if she doesn't say anything, and she gives me a weird look, then I'll say, why would I want to? Date my best friend. That'd be like dating my best friend. Have you seen him? Have you seen me? That'd be like dating my friend. That'd be like dating my best friend. Why would I want to date my friend? Why would I want to date my best friend, Daniel Fox? I am cute. Thank you. And I felt so good. I felt like it was spirit led, everything. And I just, I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. I don't know if I'm ever going to see her in person. It is on my bucket list to see her and in person. I think I'll feel a certain way. If I was on my deathbed and I had like 7 hours left to live, yes, I would want, that would be way at the top of the list. Well, maybe not the top. No, I don't know what I would want actually. 7 hours left to live. Would I want to talk to Paige? Yes. Obviously, yes. The question is at the top of the list. Well, I don't know. I'd pray and yeah, I don't know. 7 hours left to live, huh? Wow. I'd probably just spend it by myself, actually. Praying. I just pray with the Lord. I'm good. Just, here's my last request. Everyone out of here. And then I'd pray for 7 hours. Wow. Well, there you go. And I'd have a deathbed repentance of my own. It's between me and the Lord, right? What scares you most in this relationship? Losing the spark. Well, the thing with that is, it's weird, man. I'm starting to think the honeymoon stages thing is a myth because you look at those successful marriages, you know. The butterflies? I don't know. I'm tempted to just say a bunch of, Gary Girardelli. He has a fantastic marriage. Him and Tracy Girardelli. He said they got in one fight in the last 15 months. I was like, really? What happened? He's like, well, I was in the shower and I said, obviously we turn on the hot water first, then the cold water. And she's saying, no, it's better to turn on the cold water than the hot water. And I'm just like, no. And then she said, yeah. And I said, no. She said, yeah, no, yeah. And I was like, why are we fighting? Oh my gosh, we haven't fought in years, huh? And I said, you're kidding, dude. And he's, no, I'm seriously. I was like, oh my gosh. Wow, you did that? Oh, you fought. Oh, that's crazy, huh? Whoa. Wow, man. Wow. My parents would never do that. That's sick. You guys did that? Sick, dude. Wow. Did you forgive her? I mean, are you guys good now? How long did it take to recover from that one? Wow. Man, I mean, did you go to Bishop Hatch or Bishop Black or Bishop Romano? I think you was Bishop Romano for that one. Cause he used to be a cop, and he's gone. He's seen it. He's seen it. You know. Man. Mm. Mm. I wish you wouldn't have told me that. I wish you wouldn't have told me that. You know. She talked, but I mean, she's just. You guys are raising your voice a little bit too, huh? Wow. It's just. I mean, it's like. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Well, there's always repentance. You know. It's like don't dwell on it too long. No, don't get me wrong. It's bad. It is bad. But the truth is, you know, we're all hypocrites to some degree. You know. But it's just, I don't know if I see myself ever. It's just a sin that's just kind of, and sorry for getting it out there too. Goodness, I don't know how many views this video has, but I mean, your full name is out there. That is a publicly documented. Man. Carrie Girardelli, too. Doctrine and Covenants 82, verse 3. You know, James chapter 3, verse 1. I mean, if we take the Bible seriously, I mean, 1 Peter 4:18 is about to come to life. I don't know if there's, I mean, I don't know if I could think of him the same way after all this. What are we going to do about it? I mean, did you guys maybe think about coming in the same room together? You know, closing, you know. I mean, how far away were you guys? 30 feet, 40? Like, why are you so far away from me? You know? Did you even think to maybe, perhaps, you know? I mean, there's a lot of, like the missionaries told me, good, better, best. You know? You know, it's just, there's the Nephites and the Lamanites. I just, and that's the thing, what we got to deal with it. You know, there's pride cycles, and it's just, man. I mean, it's just, love holds no records of wrongs. That's all I can think about right now, really. Because that person's gonna help me for this one. Mm. 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 But they did get through it, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I think they were good. I think we're good on that one.
Losing the spark. 2. Being ghosted.
What scares you the most in this relationship? Being ghosted. Well, this one hits close to home. There was this kid in the not a kid. He's a kid. He has the same name as me. It's Eric Smythe, and he went by Smythe. I don't know why. MYTH is myth. You put an S in front of it, Smith. Why can't you be Eric Smith and I'll be Eric Smythe? He copied my name. This guy. I was born first, October 8th, 91. He was born in 92. It's just, how about you think of a different name? Like, really? Out of all the people you could copy, he copies me. We nicknamed him Toes. The other Eric Smythe. Toes. Hey, what's up, Toes? You know? And he didn't like that name, but he was a different person than me. But he had the same name. You know, same spelling, same sounding, and he's fat. He was one of the few fat people. He wasn't fat. He was overweight. He was obese. And he had a lot of fat. He was fat. He's kind of fat. He's fat compared to everybody else. So he's carrying a lot of weight. And, you know, I was skinny. Very skinny. Twig, twig, twig. Vanity, vanity, vanity. Yeah, it's all vanity. That's the joke. That's why it's fun. Are you the white one or the skinny one? It's like Eric Smythe. It's like Eric Smythe. Oh, Eric Smythe. The white one or the fat one or the white one? The fat one or the skinny one? The fat one or the white one? The white one. He's being ghosted. Everyone thought I was a ghost. And I was so stupid. We actually believed this crap. Oh, you're a band geek. You're an orchestra nerd. And it just, people who hear that, they're just like, you're right. You know, and then they believe it. That's why I think I think there's demons, orchestra demons, and they say, yeah, you're an orchestra nerd. You know, you think they're lying to you? They're serious. They're being serious. They actually think you're a bad person because I remember I was embarrassed to carry a violin. I remember, I was like, oh my gosh, you know how, I don't know if you've ever, walked around the house with your clothes off for a few seconds or something. It's like, I'm naked. It's like, Genesis, something, something. How do you know you're naked? Oh, there's something, something, fruit or something. I'm naked. And it's like, so I need to get some clothes. I don't want anyone to see me, shame and all that. I had the same thing when I had my clothes on, but I was walking with a violin. I should have been proud of that. I was like, oh no, I have a violin. I can't wait to get to music class to set my violin down so I don't have to walk around school with it. You come into school with a violin, it's like you feel like you're in a state of venial sin and you feel like you're naked. I hope no one sees this. I remember my stepmom, she gave me two choices. Green or orange. And you have to put one of them on it was a name tag for your violin. I was like, whoa, that's a close one. And after, the first 10 seconds, she's like, okay, yeah, I guess that is a close one. And then she goes to the fridge and comes back, and I'm still staring at it for 30 seconds. And then it started to get, it was 2 minutes, and she starts, I mean, she's laughing, but she's also like freaking out. Like, what is going on? Like, why? Like, how? No, 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 no. Like, I'm dedicating too much energy to it because I kept going back and forth, and I was like, oh no, I was like, what are people gonna think of me if it's orange, if it's green? It's insane, huh? Crazy. And I was like, you know, crazy, huh? I think that's kind of quasi demonic. That all that. I don't know. It's like, whoa. It was like that's a big one. Oh, that's a big decision. Really? It's like, okay, well, it's like, there you go. Little did I know, it's just obviously people were thinking, I wish I could play an instrument. Obviously, everyone was thinking. I mean, listen, the losers, quote unquote losers, are the 70% who didn't get to play band. You know how when everyone was neutral, everyone wanted to play the band or the orchestra. The failures, the dropouts, they have to do choir for a year. And then they can never play music again. You get one shot. Top 10%, I'm sorry, I think it was top 20%. What is it? Top 20% you get to pick band or orchestra. Everyone pick band. The next 10% you get the leftovers. And that's where I was, I think. I don't know, but whatever it was, I was in the top 30%. So I got drafted into the orchestra or band. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I was. I don't remember having a choice. I was like, I think I was in that yellow zone where it's like all the people that did better than you chose band, so you must be orchestra, or you could be an idiot and be choir, and then the next best kid can choose orchestra, choir, or whatever. It's like, but I barely made the cut is the idea, but the test was like beep. Did that sound like beep 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 beep? It was like, what did that sound like? Do 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 do. And it was like, now here's a D, and then here's a D. It's like, was that the same sound that you just heard before? Yeah, it was. Then put yeah, and it was like 15 of those, and it sounded really easy to me. I don't know, maybe I missed one or something, but it was like really easy test. But 70% of the school did worse than me, and that's how I got to be in an orchestra. So to make fun of someone for being in an orchestra, it doesn't even make sense. It's like someone's playing music, you know. It's like, well, sorry, you know. It's like they're trying to say I'm a band geek, and you know I'm skinny. They're making fun of me for being skinny. And my mom told me later, she was like, "Oh, the skinny one was actually a joke. Like the fat one, like when people make fun, oh, they're fat. There's some truth to that. Like there's something bad about being fat, but there's nothing bad about being too skinny. That's kind of, you're a twig. It's like, she's like, yeah, but twigs are better. And she's like, I don't know, maybe girls are into twigs more. My cousin likes twigs, but I was a twig. I was 100 pounds in freshman year. I always wanted to be fat. Always, my whole life. I just wish I was fat, you know. And then finally I got fat. I had a big bag of beef jerky. Went to the bathroom. And usually when you go to the bathroom, you get out and you're skinny. For the first time in my life, I went to the bathroom and I come back out, I'm still fat. I was like, what? Oh, I'm fat. And my body was getting bigger. And I was fat. And then I was like, okay. And then this is awesome. And then after a few weeks, I was like, okay, I don't want to be fat anymore. But it was too late. I'm already fat. But now I'm skinny, but I'm fat. You know, it's like I have skinny arms, skinny legs, and I have a little dad bod belly. And I like it. I think it's cute. And I'm so spiritual. I love Christ so much. Plus, if there's a nice little financial collapse coming up, which there probably will be, if we don't have enough food, you just go to the member of the Church of Christ Latter-day Saints, take all their food, because they have a lot of people have a 6-month food supply. But if we run out of that food, or they do a Mark of the Beast system or something, then I get to live a little bit longer. You know, if I get thrown in jail, don't have enough food, but I'll have a nice little belly for reserves. I think it's worth it. But plus the girls that are attracted to me because I'm skinny, I have a little bit less of those girls on me. Because there's a lot of girls that like me and stuff like that. But not really. Nobody likes me, but that I have had a lot of girls like me. What scares you most of this relationship being ghosted? No, Paige and I, we love ghosting it. Ghosted, I don't know what ghosted is. Oh, it's like where you don't talk to each other for a little bit. Yeah, so Paige is short for patience, which is delayed gratification, stuff like that. So I made it very clear that I love her. So if I don't talk to her for a few years, it's not all is one day to God. Only man keeps a measure of time. Alma chapter 40, verse 8. What scares you the most in this relationship? Being ghosted. Yeah, I'm going to say a 1. I mean, I did send her a message and then she ghosted me. But ghosted, there's good ghosts, there's bad ghosts, and there's Ghostbusters. Like, Paige, I sent Paige 20, I sent Paige 20 candy grams, stuff like that. So she knows I love her, I think. But sometimes if there's a girl that doesn't know that you love her and then you ghost her, that could be a bad ghost. Being ghosted, I don't know. But if you ever think you're being ghosted, just say, hey, are you ghosting me? Well, yeah, there was, I was really inspired to, and I try to only message Paige when I'm inspired because otherwise you're not inspired, and I don't know, I like Paige, you know, and stuff like that, but I was inspired to message her and her brother. I met her brother, and her brother's name's Chase. So, and which is funny because like Chase Solander. I thought that was pretty funny, but it's like, no, it's actually his name. It's like, but they're trying to, you know, it's like, she has a lot of brothers and sisters and big family, and I didn't know all that, but she has like a really big family. And so I messaged Chase, and yeah, it was just purely inspiration. I was going through a lot. This is in March, quite a bit, and I come back up and he blocked me. I don't know if he blocked me. It says the user's unavailable. So I think he blocked me. And I was like, oh, whoops. And I was like, oh, so maybe that's a sign. And you just don't chase Solander. That's kind of how I took it. I was like, oh, because if you're going to marry someone, you have to love everyone in their family. And I don't want anyone in their family. Like, if anyone in the family doesn't like me, like, it's like, well, I heard a story about a guy. He was in love with this girl, Chera or something. Chero. And she was a religious girl her whole life, and he had a radical change. I'm not going to say his name, this guy, because anyways. But he loved this girl and loved her so much, loved this woman. And she was a religious girl, kind of like a hypocrite. And then she came to the Lord. He led her to the Lord, but there's one problem. He has this. He would never marry her without the dad's blessing. So he goes up to his dad and I'd like to marry your daughter. And he goes, no, I would never let her marry a Christian. You're crazy. can't believe all that, you know. She doesn't need all that, and something, Sky Daddy, you know, da, da, da. And he's like freaking out. And he's like, no. And you know what he says? Okay, that's fine. And he says, you know what? I love her, and I'll just pray to God, and God's so big, and he did this, and he did this, and he did this, and he's big, and he's big. And God will take care of it. So he's praying, and he's like, okay. And about 3 months later, his dad, the girl's dad, he just gets hit with this thought, and he's like, man, the guy, he asked me for my blessing, and I said no, and he respected that. And then he didn't marry her. Because legally you can just still do it, right? You can just, didn't get the blessing. Well, too bad, so sad. Yeah, and they get married. They're obviously in love and stuff. So, like, you never see that. He goes, you never see that. It's crazy. They did that. He's like, it's amazing. He's amazing. He goes, I should let him marry my daughter. That's how amazing that guy is. And they're like, really? Yeah, I'll give him my blessing right now. Simply for him, you know, respecting the no. And he had prayed a lot about it, got the blessing, and then now they're married. Now they have kids. So that's kind of how I feel about it. And it's like, you know, it's like people love me and some people hate me, but I don't know. It's like, it's not like it's not like he cussed me out and then blocked me. He just quietly, lovingly blocked, quote unquote, blocked me, or the messages is unavailable. He ghosted me. That's why I brought it up, because this ghosted word. He was being ghosted, and he ghosted it, and I was like, oh, whoops. But I didn't feel bad about it at all, because I was inspired to message him. I just say, hey, you remember me? I met him one time, and I was kind of, well, I knew who he was. I just didn't. I don't want to bring it up and get into it. I thought he had a lesson for me too, but it was a lot of small talk, and he's looking over at me, and there was a giant pink elephant in the room. You know, and there's a trunk, it's a big elephant. And I was just like, no, I don't want to bring it up. He's like, oh, what high school do you go to? And I was like, oh gosh. I was like, Granada. Oh, my sister went to Granada. Oh, it was like, I think my family went to Granada High School. I was like, yeah, did they? Really? Yeah. I said, yeah, high school is fun. And he's just like, dang. And he had this kid with him too. It was like, the kid was like 20, and the kid was crushed. He's like, no. He's like, why would you do that? Why would you say that high school is fun? Why would you say that, you know? And I was like, it's just sometimes it's like the guy who says, I'll do anything, you know. I'll do anything for, you know, this job and stuff. And say, okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to, you know, I want you to lay on that couch for 12 minutes and you got the job. That's it. I was like, yeah, you know what you need to do? You need to bathe in that river for 7 times. You need to dunk yourself in that river 7 times, and you won't be sick anymore. They're like, oh, come on. He's like, well, if I told you to climb the mountain, you would have done it. Oh, that's true. So he went and dunked himself. It's kind of like that. It's like some people, I'll give you an example of this. I'm playing third base. Pretty trash team. Sorry. Pretty trash team, which makes it a lot of fun. 10%, huh? See if we can get a charger. Oh, here we go. $6.53. Oh. Oh. I think I should end this video in a little bit. Oh. Ugh. Well, let's just continue.
3. Growing apart.
Yikes. Well, as long as we're going apart for the Lord. That's pretty scary, growing apart. Ugh, I don't know, man.
4.
That's pretty
Losing
scary.
someone who truly gets me. What did they bring out in you? 1.
Here, I'm going to end this video. 3:16. Shout out to Revelation 3:16. Shout out to John 3:16. What do they bring out in you? Righteousness. Holiness and love. They bring out love is what they bring out. All right, this is the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming up at some point. All right, it's the end of part 1. Oh, yeah. Age. Jesus Christ is Lord. I say, Jesus Christ, amen.